work. So if you chose to not date on campus, fine. That simply means you cut out. How many people went to attend Norfolk State?
Roughly 8,000.
8,000. So that means you cut off roughly 4,000 black men because of one.
It wasn't just one. I mean,
I don't give a
there were
shit if it
other
was 10.
students.
That's still 4,000.
Okay. I have
So
other
what you're
questions.
asking, so now I want audience, why I'm going this path is because oftentimes women like her come in asking where are all the men, and it's not the men, it's them. They attract what they are. We attract what we are. And if you had one, two bad relationships, so what? Men are told to get back out there and get on the horse. But if you chose to date outside of campus, you still pick something that didn't work. And you say, we're all the marriage minded people? Well, number one, men aren't typically very marriage minded when they're between the ages of 18 and 23 because they don't have anything to offer.
Right, and I didn't know that, and I
Well,
wish I
that's not
did. I
well,
didn't.
but that's so. The point is, the men who were marriage minded were older. They existed. You didn't know about it. So you're asking a question that's a loaded question to try to point blame at men who weren't even in the ballpark.
Well, no, it's just because based on your premise that men control the access to marriage. So even if I have a marriage mindset, or if I want to get married, if
So
the
every guy
men
that
from my circle,
so you mean to tell me that so I'm gonna ask you a question.
okay,
From your time for Norfolk State, were there guys who asked you out that you didn't go out with?
yes,
Uh huh. Were any of these guys suitable for marriage? Meaning,
at the time, no,
oh no 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 no. At the time, were they college students,
yes,
just like you, right?
yes,
Were they progressing towards their degree,
yes,
just like you, right?
yes.
What made them unsuitable for marriage?
They were philanderers,
Philanderings
and
meaning what? Meaning they
meaning
were
they
single
had,
people? Meaning they were
well, they were
single?
single.
They were
Well,
single? Ma'am, they were single men on college campus. I'm asking you about a date. You meant, what did you expect? Men to
well,
stop doing everything they,
I
no,
expect to
no,
be
no,
courted.
no. Maybe I have to freaking mute you again. See the holes in the logic here? Ma'am, I'm not going to overtalk you. I asked you if you were in college. Yes. They were philanderers. Y'all weren't in anything. They
I'm not. I'm not saying. I'm
weren't in. I
saying
mean,
for. I'm not
ma'am, if
saying
you.
as a collective. Yes, I'm talking about specifically for the women who wanted to get in a relationship. It was very difficult to get in a
No.
relationship.
Okay. Again, I ask you about the men around. So you didn't date. So basically, what you're saying is every man that approached you were all philanderers. Everybody's fucking everybody. No one wants to do anything. Okay. Then you are the most. Okay. I'll take it. So what about the men who weren't on campus?
Well, then there were the Navy guys, and
Uh huh. And
I
what was
did
wrong with them?
well. I did have a couple of opportunities. One wanted
But
me to move to Japan. I was in school. I wanted to finish
oh, okay. Uh huh. And you were going to school for what?
English for our
Oh.
but I'm not using that
You're going to
degree.
school for. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait. I just got. I mean, there was one guy, and he was suitable, but he wanted you to go to Japan. And would it have been better to go to Japan with a man who was in the military?
At the time, no, I didn't
Oh,
even
why
think
not?
so.
At the time, see, ladies and gentlemen, modern women
No, but
want perfection. Perfect. Everybody's having sex with everybody. Was this guy suitable? Yeah, but he's a philanderer. So, in other words, in order to date you, I got to drop everything that I'm doing over here and go to date you? Who the fuck are you? And how old are you again?
I'm 36.
Right. Ma'am, college is over almost 15 years ago. What's been the problem since then?
Well, I moved to a city that the ratio, there's no men here, at least in my experience. I
What
haven't,
city you live in?
I'm in the DMV, the DC area.
Okay. Yeah, I'm sorry. Human beings exist.
Well, I think
Uh
what
huh.
my
Almost
profession,
40.
I,
Almost 40.
I know, Kevin, I'm trying to make a change. That's why I've been listening to you. I'm trying to get, I've been getting out
No, the
there.
first thing you need to do is stop. First thing you need to stop doing is pointing the finger at the men and start pointing the finger directly back at you. Because I'm just trying to get through why your college experience didn't work in Norfolk State, and in the military, and everything points back to they were this, they were this, they were this. Maybe, just maybe, you weren't a wife. Maybe all you were is a jump off in a booty call.
No, I wasn't out there like that. I wasn't.
No, 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 no. Well, all right, maybe you were a single woman, but you weren't a wife because the one guy you said, well, but I'd have had to move to Japan. Then why not move to Japan if he was a suitable man? Because I was going to get my degree in English. Then that's what you got. You got a degree in English and no husband. Enjoy it. You got a dog or a cat?
Okay.
Yep. But you ain't got a degree in English too, right?
Yes, and I have a
What
master's. I'm doing
okay.
pretty well.
Okay, you got
I'm
a
a PhD.
yeah, you got a master's in English and a cat. Versus you could have
No,
had a
not a master. No, not a master's in English.
well, you could have a master's in whatever, and you had a cat. You could have had a husband. And the problem is, so many of our women, when they're given an opportunity for a man who's age suitable, and you talk about a man who was in the military, so there was a military money and benefits and stability that were behind that, and you still chose the effing degree. You got what you wanted. So don't ask me where the husband were when you weren't a wife. You got your degree.
Well, that's true. I admit that I wasn't raised to be a wife.
Exactly. So stop putting the problem on the men. That's my point. You came through asking why were the husbands. You weren't a damn wife. And I just proved it by going through each one of your sections. And every time you pointed at the men instead of you. And now you're 36 and a cat mom with a master's and still pointing at the men.
No, I take blame.
No,
I'm
you
trying
haven't.
to.
Go back and listen to this section, man. You haven't taken any blame. 36. What's the problem? What's the problem, be anime? You're in the DMV.
When I go out, I see either a lot of gay men. I see a lot of people who are already coupled up, and the men that are single are either very young, like in their mid 20s, or if they
When's the last
are
time you went out?
able,
When's the last
they're.
time you went out?
I went out today actually.
Where'd you go?
I went to a coffee shop,
Uh huh.
but I went to a bar at in the harbor. I've been trying to get out there and just doing your
Is that a
advice. I'm
tattoo?
gonna go sit at a
What
bar
is
and
that tattoo? What is that tattoo?
what is it? It's the Leo sign.
How many tattoos do you have?
I think I have about 7, but they're in discrete locations. You have to really look
Right.
for them.
7 tattoos and the TLC kind of short haircut. Man, you don't look like a wife either. No offense. You look like a fun girl. I mean, you say everywhere you go. I mean, I'm sorry. You attract what you are.
Now I attract older guys, but they're usually out of shape, and old, and they have no style or anything like that. Like I think you have to be attracted to the person that you're with.
Remember what I said at the beginning, men? Ladies and gentlemen, remember what I said? The problem black women have more than anything else, They, unlike any other group of women, a man has to have a high social class and they have to be sexually attractive as well. This is why 1 in 4 will marry, because the black man has to be damn near perfect for them to even consider him to be an option. Every other man could just be overweight, no style. That sounds like a goddamn husband to most women, but the black woman, that's just a, you are perfect, man. I couldn't have made you any better.
That's not true.
And you got 7 tattoos and the short and you got the shortcut.
What's wrong with a
And
shortcut?
it says single woman. It says single, strong,
With the
independent,
little
not on me,
edge.
no man. That's what it says.
That's not
And,
true.
and the tattoos to go along with it. Yep, that's what's wrong with it. Yep. And then talking to you, all the problems with the men. There it is. There that. There it is. Guess what? That short, fat man with no style, as long as his paper's right and his 401k and his retirement looking good, he'll have a wife before you ever have a husband on your level.
Oh, that's true. It's much easier for men to get
Yeah, it's
women.
because men are realistic. Y'all are nuts.
So Kevin, what would you say? What would you recommend that I do? Like I am trying to get
Lower your
through.
standards and check your attitude.
What do you mean by lower my standards? Just get
Uh,
an average
ma'am, okay. All right, let's do it. How tall are you?
5'5",
Dress size?
4,
How much did you weigh last time you weighed yourself?
142.
On a scale from 1 to 10, what would you rate yourself? First face out of the shower, no makeup. You can't use 7.
I'll say a 6.
All right. And you have a bachelor's in English?
I have a bachelor's in English and a master's in special education. I'm a math
Uh-huh.
teacher.
All right. You're a what teacher?
Math.
How
I
much
got
student
certified.
how much student loan debt do you have?
Quite a bit.
How much?
About like 100 grand.
About 100 or more.
100 grand.
Uh-huh. Consumer debt?
Yeah.
Excuse me?
I have a house.
Uh-huh. How much is that?
How much is my house?
Mm-hmm.
It was 232.
Any equity in the house yet?
Yes.
How much?
45,000.
But you have how many more years to pay?
20.
Right. So you still have over $150,000 worth of payments.
Mm-hmm. I just
Uh-huh.
I just bought like 6 years
Mhm.
ago. So
Okay. So in car, do you own?
yes,
Okay. What year?
2010.
What is it?
I'm sorry.
What is it?
Oh, it's a Cobalt.
Okay. So you're financially unattractive. You're 200 something. You're 250,000, $250,000 in debt, and you're a math teacher, and you earn annually what?
92,000.
In the DMV area, and your mortgage is what?
1,300.
All right, 92,000. You're doing better, but if I have to look in the DMV area, the cost of living adjustment is probably about 175, 180.
Well, I live in Maryland and North, so I'm not. I'm in a good county in
Okay,
the
I'm
Duncan
just so what is the cost of living adjustment? The nearest large city.
area. So are you familiar with, let's say, Howard County or
Yeah, what I'm
Columbia?
trying to understand is if it like in Dallas, a dollar basically buys a dollar, and if we had to just do the cost of living adjustment for your area, a dollar buys. You need a dollar what? $1.50, $1.72. It's East Coast is just more expensive. So 92 isn't 92 in Atlanta or Dallas or Houston. That's what I'm trying to do. What is
Well, based on my county that I live in, I don't know. I know that I'm above the median income.
you're above the median income like most teachers are, but 92. See, people are here
But
92.
92 and growing, sir. I'm not done.
It
I'm
doesn't
almost
matter if you're
50.
92 and growing. I'm just saying, teachers aren't rich? Is my point.
No, but I'm
People
comfortable.
in Nebraska were here 92 and say she's doing good, and it's not the same. That's what I'm doing. Your
No.
92 makes you above middle income. Makes you middle income lower. You're not upper class. You're maybe uh, upper middle class. That's roughly where you would be. But you got all that debt.
Yes,
So
that is
so my point, and the point is that you're talking about older men. An older man is going to look at a woman who's 36 years old. Do you want any children?
I will take one with the right guy.
Uh-huh. So the answer is no. She doesn't want any children.
That's not true.
Okay. Do you want any children?
One.
And 36. And do you come from a line of healthy women who were able to have children into their 40s?
Yes.
Okay. So most OBGYNs don't suggest you carry a child past age 42. You're already in geriatric pregnancy. Okay. You're already in geriatric pregnancy. You're $250,000 in consumer debt. You got a $92,000 teaching job. Adjust for cost of living. You're doing upper middle class, above average. Great. But you're still 36, set in your ways.
I know I'm not set. I'm willing to submit
You
and be.
know, you okay, you asked, ma'am, and you're having a hard time even being agreeable in this conversation. So I'm just saying the kind of men that are going to be making your income or more it would be better to go get a younger woman with more upside. Better to go get a younger woman, go get the 25-year-old version of you who will appreciate what somebody's bringing to the table with far less debt and far more upside. You don't have a lot of upside, man.
So I should give up. I'm done.
No, what I'm saying is you asked me, I said, what should you do? I said, you should check your attitude and lower your standard. And you said settle. And I'm like, I don't know why y'all think somebody
I didn't use that word. I didn't say so.
was it a positive? Was the sentiment to what I said positive?
Oh, yes. I just needed clarification when you said lower your standards. I wanted you to clarify what that
Yeah, to
meant.
get an average guy, or something like that.
Well, I
Lower
don't
my standard.
mind average guy as far as income. I just need
What
him.
is that? What is average income for a black man?
Well, he doesn't have to be black, but
Well,
he.
yeah, for you, he's gonna be black.
No, I've dated white guys. I've
No,
mostly
you
dated whites.
okay? Yeah, but damn, okay. They don't. White men tend to be. Men tend to be racially loyal. You dated him, but you ain't married him. So, do you want to marry a white man?
I'm open to it. I wouldn't say no just because he was white.
I
You
didn't
know,
say you would, man, but most.
I'm just saying I'm open. Like I'm open to any race, white, Hispanic, black.
Okay. Well,
My masculine
okay,
man.
okay, all right. So, but here's the thing, ma'am. You're you may you maybe have been you haven't been rude, but you're certainly not agreeable. And I say what I say. You're set in your ways. You're very masculine for sure. So an average man
I
ain't
thought I
going.
was being polite.
Well, that you're being polite. See, and the thing is, funny being polite and being masculine. You can be masculine and polite. You're not being feminine. How many times have I had to mute you, overtalk you? And see, the fact of the matter is, so many of our sisters think because you ain't cussing and calling names that you're being polite. No, I've muted you 3 times.
Well, there's a lag. I think I wasn't trying to overtalk you. I know your rules.
You can't make this shit up.
And I have one more question, if I may.
Just, I got one more question. Book a session in. Shit. Out of your fucking minds. Out of your mind. So that's how that goes down too. Yeah. I want you to understand, y'all. $100,000 in student loan debt for an effing math teacher. Average, above average, cute, reasonable shape, tatted up. That short haircut, that short Jada cut, though, we know what that means. I'll date this, I'll date the course. But always the men. Men over here, men over there, Norfolk State, the Navy got. I'll date white men. Why ain't a white man married you? Because they're not going to deal with that. They'll indulge their fun time. But yeah, that'll be about it. And I'm gonna say this too. It's like, um, well, I thought I was being nice. Just because you're not cursing and acting a fool doesn't mean that's feminine. Nobody wants to argue with. Hello,
Hi,
how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. We're having a lot of background noise. Do you have me on speaker or TV on or something?
No, I muted YouTube. It's just me.
Okay. Anyway. Okay. How old are you?
30.
All right. What's the question you have?
Well, I don't really have a question. I just think that I am looking for someone on my level.
What would that be?
Average.
Okay. Why can't you find that?
I've been single for 6 years, so just I don't know.
Why can't you find average? Where you at?
Canada.
Any children?
Yes.
How many?
One.
How old?
He's 11.
So you had a child when you were 19?
Yes.
Where's the child's father?
I was married and he's not in the picture.
How long have you been divorced?
6 years.
Where's his father?
He's in New York City.
Boy or girl?
It's a boy.
Why'd you guys split?
We split because of immigration issues.
What does that mean?
I mean, it was a long distance relationship, and the immigration process is hard on relationships. And by the time
So
he made it,
you were married?
yeah, we were married. By the time
Hold on. I'm trying to understand the logistics. You were married and your husband was in another geography?
yeah, we started off together, and then because I'm American, I sponsored him, you know?
Hold on. I need to but when you were together, did you get pregnant during the marriage?
Yes,
You had your child during the marriage.
correct.
Then life happened. Okay, there's a delay or I'm on speaker or something. So at the end of the day, you guys were ended up in two separate geographies during the marriage.
Yes.
And then that led to divorce. Why?
Well, the plan was for him to come to Canada, and he decided that he wanted to stay in the US.
And why that that's not an answer.
So
That's
that
not.
led to the divorce because the
No, it doesn't.
plan.
No, 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 no. The plan was okay. The plan changed. Then you go where your husband is.
I understand that logic.
What do you mean logic? You're an effing wife.
Oh, but I was supporting all of us.
I
So
know.
that
I
was
know.
the
Okay.
only way I could take
Oh,
care of myself and my son and my husband was to stay in Canada.
okay. Then how was he going to stay in New York if he couldn't live somewhere?
He was going to, instead of living with me, he decided to live with family members and get a job. And he didn't want to come to Canada.
Then you move with your husband.
That
As
was
no, 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 no. You ask, I'm gonna give it to you.
okay.
As unsexy as it may sound, you were a wife. Your husband decides to stay in New York. You go with your husband, but
But
you no.
there's a reason.
Okay, whatever reason is, man, you're divorced and unable to find a regular man. And
That
see,
is
it
true.
comes right down to it. You were married, and don't nobody want to raise nobody else's kids, so you should have went with your husband, if at all possible.
But he couldn't take care of us.
This is what you get, people. You, then you shouldn't, ma'am. You married and made a baby with him.
The immigration process, it takes.
You married him. You made a baby with him. I don't play these games with women. I just don't. We were separated because of geography. What happens when people used to be thousands of years ago when a man married a woman and had to go march the continent at war? He came back home, he still had a wife. So now you're a single woman in Canada with a kid. Enjoy it. Shit. Can't even get the average man. Okay. There's always a reason, but I would tell you, ma'am, the world does not owe you understanding. And why should somebody come and be a stepfather to your kid who's damn near a teenager? Always excuses with women today. Well, you gotta understand. I ain't gotta understand shit. You're a single mother in Canada and can't find an average man. You should stay with your husband. You couldn't take care of us. You should have moved in with your You should have moved in with your in-laws. Oh, and then what it comes right down to, I like Canada. I had a job. I'm comfortable. You're there. Those are your people. I'll divorce you and I'll keep the kid. That's what it came down to. You know it and I know it. So I don't need to hear all the other backstory bullshit. Don't need to hear all the backstory BS. Big story BS. She's still here? Okay, you ready? Yeah, I mean, they really expect, this guys just be like, okay, well, you married the dude. You still here?
I was just listening. Sorry. I didn't know I was supposed to hang up.
Oh, yeah, hang up, book a session. You ain't gonna stress me out for free. No, thank you. You want me to give you some solutions? You make $92,000 a year when you only got a cat. Book a session.
I'm your huckleberry.
Hmm. Well, no, she's probably like, what?
If I thought you weren't my friend, I just don't think I could bear it.
Ladies and gentlemen, social class, modern women, the truth, all coming to all coming together. But we are making progress. Believe it or not, we're making progress. To the people who join in, I just can't understand. I don't know if I can deal with another conversation. I don't know if y'all understand. It has taken us 50 plus years to get here. It's going to take more than one goddamn year to unravel this. It's been going on my lifetime. And it's just now starting to reach the conversation in most of America. So, like anything else, there's always a next step until average women and average men can start looking at each other as partners, and women can start realizing that an average man is a catch and it's something that I need to the end of life. Fine. Now, over here, we're dealing with the top 20%, top 10% men who want to be in the top 5 or 3 or 1%, and the women who want those guys. And ladies, understand something, especially like that one woman I told, the $92,000 teacher. Boy, you kidding me? The men you're talking about, you're 36, you're going to get the 25-year-old version of you with less debt and more appreciative. Social class matters a lot. Social class matters. And I got news for women, in particular black women. You're supposed to be the attractive one, not the man. You're supposed to get a decent looking dude. Decent. Average at best. However old he is, he's going to be losing his hair. He's going to have a dad bod. He's going to have gray hairs. Oh, yeah. Sexy. Yep. Just like you with your $250,000 in debt. Uh-huh. I better decide to realize that what it is you think. What? You can't be demanding premium prices unless you got a premium product and have a lot of demand for it. Good show, great show. Wait till we get into IR dating. And, like I said, this show is going to get a lot of backlash. What did I say? Higher value men don't want to raise lesser men's children. They don't. And we're going to get into this topic later on this week. You don't have to like me, but until you hear somebody that wants to debate what the men want, you might as well deal with it. 92 octanes. Wednesday, we're going to ask, ladies, what kind of men are worth it? What kind of men are worth you becoming the woman you need to be? What kind of men are worth it? Because you often hear, I have a baby by the right man. Okay, ladies, it's time for you to define what kind of men are worth you doing what you need to do up front. What kind of men are worth it? That's Wednesday. And Friday, the interracial dating show. It is time for you ladies, the black women in particular, understand that your non-black female competitors are coming through the door with niceness and femininity. They're coming through the door spending money on men, catering to their men up front, speaking nice words, saying nice words. Oh, y'all are going to detest Friday's show because the notion that everyone can date out and such and so forth, we're going to have that. Because unless you can match up the classes, you're not going to have much luck. And then how you are losing in the black America, why, according to black women, an inordinate amount of higher value black men are with non-black women. Well, then why are you losing to them? What are they doing? Because it can't be that they all hurt themselves and such and so forth. It's time to ask the other end of that question. Why are the Kardashians? You better learn what the Kardashians are doing. Except let's not kill no brothers. We're gonna fix it. No Kardashian killing. But anyway, till next time. Peace. We're gone. I'm a PhD. Hey. I'm a. Shout out to the CIA. Let me go through some of these super chats real quick. If I can. It's damn near impossible to get through super chats with this many people in the show. I think most people recognize that. It's not hard to fool me. Cause I'm addicted to the good life. I'm a PhD. I'm a PhD. PhD. I'm your Huckleberry. They're not knowing. Cause I know what I'm getting into. They're not knowing. Nothing can stop me. They're not knowing. Cause I'm addicted to what you. They're not knowing. They're not showing. Lead the way. I follow. No need to say. Where we are heading now, babe.
catch an attitude. Drop to them knees and show gratitude. Kiss my ring, chick. This song right here is for all the fellas out there taking care of business and making that money to provide for their ladies, provide for their family, and to all the ladies out there. The fella's gonna need a little bit more than a big piece of chicken. If you got a good man and you want for nothing, and you want to keep that man, you need to learn how to check that attitude. You need to show some appreciation. You need to show some respect. Girl, you need to bow down. All my fellas, tell your lady. Bow to me, kneel for me, kneel for me. Kiss the ring, bow to me, kneel for me, kneel for me. Pay homage to the king in your life. Wisdom and security, I give that. Devotion and honesty, I show that. Passion and love, you feel that? Bow down, girl, you need to show some respect. Obedience and loyalty, I need that. Friendship and trust, I've earned that. Gratitude, appreciation, I deserve that. Bow down, pay homage to the king in your life. Baby girl, what's the deal? Got no time for freaking girl, you're acting mad. Never want for nothing cause I'm paying the bill. Sleeping all day, the house is filthy. No meal. Come on, girl, give me some feedback. Let me know what's good, what's up. Where's your head at? Giving me attitude, not today, girl. Dead that. Strip off them clothes, I'm trying to beat that. Bed that. You're really saying not tonight? Not tonight. My blood is boiling hot, girl. You're getting.
I'm a PhD.
To the right. Don't let that door hit your ass when you leave. You hot, you not. Shorty, I know dime pieces. Trust me, you not. I can get a next chick. Next one. Like Gucci said, in the next 15 minutes. You ain't special, don't be foolish. Running around town like you rich. No, I'm rich. Without me, you wouldn't even have that. I'm Scrooge McDuck swimming in money. Hold my top hat. Park Avenue lifestyle, you love it. You're acting out of order, and now you're gonna lose it. You claim that you're in love with me, in love with me. You wanna be my wifey, be my wifey. That's looking pretty bleak, unlikely. You should've paid homage, girl. You fucked up, can't do it no more. I'm done, I'm fed up. Game over, clock ran out. Girl, your time's up. Get your things, have a nice life. Keep your head up like Shaq and Kobe was a good team. But now we broke up, should've bowed to me, kneel for me, kneel for me. Kiss the ring, bow to me, kneel for me, kneel for me. Pay homage to the king in your life.
Shout out to the PhDs up in this beat. Big Shirley.
I got beans, greens, potatoes, tomatoes, lamb, ram.
Obedience and loyalty, I need that.
Woo! Don't get mad at me. It's not my fault. It's not my fault. It's not my fault.
All I do for you, girl, you know you better kiss that. Bow down, pay homage to the king in your life. Come on, you know you love it. Come on, you know you love it. What you gonna do when highlight catch an attitude? Drop to the knees and show gratitude. Come on, you know you love it. Come on, girl, you know you love it. What you gonna do when highlight catch an attitude? Drop to the knees and show gratitude. Kiss my ring, chick.
Come on. Let's get into it. Showtime. Go time. I'm a PhD. Woo! Shout out to what's going on, Dr. White? What's going on?
In this moment,
Get them up.
I cannot say what's wrong or right.
Welcome to the birth
It's not
of the
hard
PhD.
for me, 'cause I'm addicted to the good life.
Watch them ready. Watch them. They gonna get mad. They're gonna be like,
Kevin, god damn it.
I didn't do it. It ain't my fault. It ain't my fault. They're gonna be all up in here like this. They're gonna be like this.
Fuck this shit, I'm out. Fuck this shit, I'm out.
Don't leave. Don't leave. Don't leave. Yeah.
So tell your good lies, 'cause I'll find a better one. Yeah. Susceptible lies before the moment flies. Ooh. So tell your good lies, 'cause I'll find a better one. Ooh. Susceptible lies before the moment flies. It's not a problem,
It's not a problem
'cause I know
if you know what you're getting into.
getting into.
You asked, I put the songs up on a playlist, and the playlist is going to be ever growing. So you'll be able to move and groove to the show themes. Hey!
I follow, no need to say where we are heading now, babe. I follow to the edge of
Fragrance of the evening. We started off with Killian, Apple Brandy.
'cause I'll find a better one. Yeah.
And we're ending with Killian, Dark Lord.
Before the moment flies, before it flies. So tell your good lies, 'cause I'll find a better one.
Big Shirley gets up early to get her something to eat so she can pat her feet. Da 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 da. Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back, welcome back, everybody. Shout out to the CIA, the confident, intelligent, and assertive men out there. One love to the feminine, beautiful, and inspirational ladies. Candle of the evening. We're going to need this one tonight. Palo Santo, Hollywood, and fragrance of the evening. Killian, Dark Lord. I love this packaging. So yeah, Killian, Dark Lord. All right. So do some housekeeping. Do some housekeeping. Moderators, you have the room. All I say is a couple of things. One, all I'm asking is to keep the engagement over 50%. That's the likes, dislikes, it doesn't matter. Just keep them over the 50%. And if not, you'll hear this song. If you don't want to hear that entire song, even though I know some of y'all out there actually do want to hear it, let's keep the engagement up over 50%. Tonight is going to be a broadcast that needs to be done, and you're going to have to give me a little bit of time on this one. I call it the birth of the PhD. We are in 2021, and women today are more single than they have ever been in recorded history. Prior to 1965, especially in the Black community, we were married at a rate of about 80%. But afterwards, how did we get here? How did we get to where we are right now, to where we have some of the most educated, intelligent women on the planet, and yet some of the most unmarriageable, difficult situations that we have anywhere? And understand, this is a phenomenon in the West. So we're going to talk about this from various standpoints, but there's an old adage that when white America gets a common cold, Black America gets the flu, because the Black community is at the bottom. And anytime you have a population at the bottom, if you want to see what's likely to happen over time to the rest of the population, you study that. Case in point, in the 70s, when we had a spike in the out of wedlock childbirth, teen mothers and things like that, single mothers, all of that, propaganda that was spilled. Well, now you're starting to see it pop up everywhere. How did we get here? How did we get here? All right. Before we get into it, I'm going to go over onto my YouTube channel, and I want to look at a poll I put up earlier. If you didn't have a chance to respond, you might want to go over there now. And the question I asked, I said, ladies, when you were younger, did you read magazines like, Cosmopolitan or the like? Whether you bought them or not. Whether you bought them or not. And unsurprisingly, I have a rate of about 56% that says no. But see, my audience over here, the largest segment of women are between 18 to 24 and 25 to 34. Many of you ladies weren't even alive when Cosmopolitan was a thing. It will be no different than if I asked guys, have you bought or did you read magazines like Playboy or GQ or Esquire? The numbers were the same. And I said it didn't matter whether you bought them or not. So understand, 56% of women said, no, I didn't read Cosmopolitan. But what's not said is, it doesn't matter if you read it or not. It has become so ingrained in our culture, so ingrained in our lexicon, to where you will understand that many of the things that we're going to discuss today came directly from what we're about to talk about. All right, so let's set the chat room to slow down the chat room, because I want people to be able to follow along as we get into it. Doggone it. Now, keep it cool, keep it classy. Let people say what they have to say, as long as they're being respectful. And I know something else. We're going to need to make sure that. Well, let's see how many people. Oh yeah, we're behind on likes. We should have over 30. We should have over 3,000 likes. Hit the like button, people, so we can get this whole thing started. Hit the like button. Let's go. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. Hit the like button. What I'm going to profile now is a woman by the name. What folks need to understand is this: America is a capitalistic country. We know that. And if you've ever watched the TV show Mad Men or anything like that, this country is built on selling products and services to a middle class. Commercials, TV, radio, billboard, newspaper, ads, advertising. It's the lifeblood of a capitalistic tertiary economy. And back before the internet, ABC, NBC, CBS, those were the three networks. If you wanted to sell something, you put it in a magazine. And people would pay big money to be in a magazine because TV advertising, one, was too expensive. Two, didn't cover enough places. Three, you can't target with it. Magazines, you can send magazines. You can actually say, I want to send them to this more affluent neighborhood. I want to skip this. Magazines were some of the best advertising in history. And what we're going to talk about now is a woman discussing how she got into the magazine business and what they did to co-opt an entire generation. The video in question is from Suzanne Vinker, and it says, former Cosmopolitan writer regrets the lies she sold to women. And the woman that she's interviewing is a woman by the name of Sue Ellen Browder, like chowder with a B. Let's get into it.
Had you on once they hear this conversation, so I'm excited.
Fair use.
So tell
Fair
us
use.
how you got started in journalism and your journey to Cosmopolitan magazine.
Okay. Well, I went to the University of Missouri School of Journalism, and I actually, while I was there, I wanted to be a magazine writer. And while I was there in my magazine writing class, we had to choose a magazine to just look at it and see how would you sell to this magazine. And I chose Cosmopolitan because Cosmo was the hottest women's magazine in the nation at that time. And I came away saying, I told my journalists in training, I said, I have to say these articles in this magazine, these stories in this magazine look like they're made up. I said, they're too packed.
Notice that this woman is saying that she wanted to work for Cosmopolitan because it was the best magazine, But she said as she started reading that she, as a journalist, started thinking or realizing that these articles are made up. The magazines were not reflecting the reality that she and other people were living.
And when I graduated from the college and went to New York City, I applied for a job in the New York Times. I didn't. It was just said it was a magazine. It didn't tell me what. And when I got there, it was Cosmo. So I got there, and I beat out.
All right, you stop complaining. So anyway, let's see. Let's do it this way. Maybe it's too low over there. Let's do it over here. It's not time stamped, but she got to Cosmopolitan.
University of Missouri School of Journalism, and I was the hottest women's magazine in the nation at that time. And I came away saying, I told my journalists in training, I said, I have to say these articles in these magazine, these stories in this magazine look like they're made up. I said, they're too packed. And when I graduated from the college and went to New York City, I applied for a job in the New York Times. I didn't. It was just said it was a magazine. It didn't tell me what. And when I got there, it was Cosmo. So I got and I beat out like 18 other people, and I got the job. And while I was on Cosmo's staff, I found out that I had been right. Those articles were made up. Those stories about these women living these happy-go-lucky sex lives and hopping into bed with all these men, they were just made up.
You hear that? Back when all it was TV and magazines, when the magazines were the internet of the day, the biggest magazine for women was making up lies, telling those good lies, telling women lies to sell products. Ladies, this is where it started. This is where your mother and your grandmother got their internet. This is their YouTube, their Instagram of the day. They were lies, not true, made up.
Because remember, this was in the early 1970s, and there weren't that many women doing that stuff in those days. Or if they weren't talking about it. So.
Absolutely. And that's, so this is so dear to my heart because so much of what I do is talk about this propaganda, and we're going to get into really a good conversation about propaganda and what that is. And I know that you did that in your book, and we'll get to that in a little bit. But first, you land in Cosmopolitan. In fact,
propaganda, ladies, that you can have it all. Propaganda.
I want to read just a little bit from your book, even though we haven't quite gotten into that yet, because I think it sort of picks up where you just left off on your story.
Okay.
You wrote, I can give you no justification for what I did in my former life. I will only say this in my weak defense. I was a young woman searching for truth, freedom, and meaning in the world, but I had no clue where to find them. I grew up as a small-town Iowa girl and passionately desired to escape from the prison of small-mindedness I perceived around me. And thus it was that after graduating from the University of Missouri School of Journalism, I found myself one day in New York City. And I was seated across a large wooden desk from Roberta Ashley, articles editor of Cosmopolitan magazine. Cosmo insiders seemed to know things I didn't know, secrets that made them successful in the world. My mind burned to know what they knew.
Fair use.
For a small-town Iowa girl, Cosmo's big-time glamour, success, and prestige were intoxicating. In my mind, the job, assistant to the articles editor of Cosmopolitan, was a small-town girl's dream come true. Only later would I realize how dark the dream had become.
Stop asking 11 million questions. Stop asking about the video. Pay attention. Please. See why y'all didn't do well, and some of y'all may not have done well in school. When the broadcast is going, you pay attention. If you need all that shit later, come to the description. Listen.
Eventually, it would lead to a cacophony of mixed, confused messages in our culture about women, work, sex, marriage, and relationships. Errors that have divided our nation and continue to haunt us to this day. So that's what I meant when I said that brings me to basically the work that I do every week. So I'm really fascinated by your story. And I want to start with talking about the owner, I guess you call her the owner of Cosmopolitan, right? Helen Gurley Brown.
Editor-in-chief.
Editor-in-chief.
Hearst magazines were the owner of it, Hearst Corporation.
Oh, sorry. Was she okay? So she ran it, I guess we should say.
Yeah,
yes.
She's the editor-in-chief. Yeah.
Okay. And she was a childless woman. She was married for a long time, which was interesting, but she did.
The editor-in-chief of the magazine that sold all this propaganda was a woman who was married for 50 years, but no kids. So I find it interesting that a lot of times people come over there, how can you speak for this? How can you speak for that? How can you do this? How can you do that? When at the genesis, at the birth of all this stuff, listen to the woman who hired people to make up stories, to sell magazines, to sell advertising, to get women to buy stuff.
Not have any children. And her ultimate message, you said, was that it was the same as the sexual revolutions, which is that sexual liberation will set you free, and motherhood essentially gets in the way of that freedom. And so this magazine is really sort of a manifestation of the sexual revolution. Yes?
Oh, it was. It was a Playboy clone. This was a Playboy for young women.
Cosmopolitan magazine was a Playboy magazine clone. If you think so, pay attention to what she just said. A Playboy magazine clone. Playboy was not written for journalism. It was written to sell products.
Shirley Brown had even gone to Hugh Hefner and gotten some of his writers and some of his agents that he worked with. So this was, remember this, she turned Cosmo. Cosmo had been a general interest magazine, and she turned it into a sex rag, what I call a sex rag, mid-1960s. Yeah.
What would you say the overall message that she wanted to sell was?
Hard work and sex without the kids will set you free.
What was the message she wanted to sell? Hard work and sex without the kids will set you free. Hard work and sex without the kids will set you free. Hard work, sex without the kids will set you free. What does your husband have to say about that? What? I would not choose to be. Marriage, I'm
a PhD.
Hard work and sex without kids will set you free. What does your husband have to say about that? What does your husband have to say about that? What? Marriage, I would never choose to be. What? I'm
a PhD.
Sex without the kids leads to what? There we go. Birth of the PhD.
Okay, so very, very pro unmarried sex and very anti motherhood. Yes?
And very pro hard work. She had worked very hard, and she thought it was her hard work that had gotten her where she was.
Well, and of course that sounds very innocuous, hard work. Not many people would argue with hard work, but you're saying hard work at the exclusion of everything else, I think. Is that what you mean?
Right. Exactly.
Yeah.
Hard work and sex without the kids.
Right. Got it.
You had it was a double whammy.
Got it. So how were you taught to sell this message?
How were you taught to sell the message of hard work, no marriage, free sex, no kids? How are you taught to sell this message to women in order to get them to buy a magazine, to buy products and services from advertisers?
Well, Helen Gurley Brown had actually written up a list of rules on how to write stories for Cosmo. And I can give you some of these rules. I call them propaganda, because propaganda is, what is propaganda? It's half-truth, limited truth, and truth out of context. There's always a little bit of truth, just like we were saying, nothing wrong with hard work, right?
Right.
So there's always a little truth in propaganda, but it's the part that's not true that gets you.
Right.
Here's, for example, I kept that list of rules for 50 years. And when I was writing Subverted, the book that you're reading from, I couldn't find that list of rules. And then about 2 years ago in the garage, in a box, I found it. So I had the whole list of rules, and I can rewrite from those and should tell you what they said.
This woman was given rules as a young, bright-eyed college grad on how to sell articles that advertisers would want to put their dollars behind to sell products. If you've ever watched Mad Men, this is Mad Women again. And you wonder where it came from? Pay very close attention.
I'm a PhD.
Okay.
Oh wow, I didn't. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so I've got the rules. So propagandists, as I say, they make up stories. That's the important thing to say. Here's something I'll read to you. Since most of the women were not part of the sexual revolution at that time, I say, well, here's how we're going to make up these stories about these ordinary women who she called civilians. I guess
she called these women civilians. So, what is Cosmo? A military operation? Yeah. Propaganda. Civilians.
Okay, I guess the sexual revolutionaries were in the army and the rest of us were civilians.
I came from advertising, by the way.
But she writes,
I've heard about this already.
Try to locate some of the buildings, restaurants, nightclubs, parks, streets, as well as entire case histories in cities other than New York, even if you deliberately have to plant them elsewhere. Most writers live in New York. Well, at that time they did. 92% of our readers do not. But by making up these women and planting them in places like Cleveland and Albuquerque and Des Moines, of course, we made the sex revolutions, then quite shocking mores, seem a lot more widespread and acceptable than they actually were.
You heard that right. Make up stories, find some stuff in local areas to give it a little bit of credibility. And even if you don't know one, plant her in Cleveland or Oklahoma City or any place that's out of New York City or LA, because most people don't resonate with that. 92% of our audience ain't here. And sell this concept of the strong, independent, I don't need no woman.
I'm a PhD.
So the unspoken message to the young reader was, everybody else is doing this. Why are you being such a stick in the mud?
So I'm smiling over here because that's exactly been my point for 20 years, is that this message that's coming through to young women is only servicing this small minority of women who live this way. And it's presented as though it's the norm, which then affects the everyday person because they think that what they're seeing is the norm. So they're making decisions based on, this is your whole point, a lie.
Right.
And they're miserable.
You're making decisions based on a lie because you've been sold to. So when you go to these channels that tell you that, they're just lying, they're just making up that stuff, they're just angry. Who hurt you? No, these are two older white women. One that was right there on the ground zero, and I'm gonna put a link down in the description so you can go watch the entire interview yourself. Because she's at the end of her life. She's coming clean. She wrote a book called Subverted after she converted to Catholicism, and she just spilled all the beans. And I'm not going to play all of it, but we're going to talk about this. Was put together by about 57 people in a room somewhere. 57 people decided to sell this concept for commercial gain.
Exactly. Because this is a false way to live. Here's another one. She gives. Remember now, they tell these stories, and they make these stories up as if about women who are a lot like you. And if you're feeling insecure, and
get the likes up, or I'm gonna go on your mission.
And you're young, and you want to be successful and stuff like this, then these stories are appealing to you. And here's another one. Here's a rule on. Here's a story that Helen actually had written in these rules about an imaginary girl named Erica, who appeared. And this story appeared in an article entitled "One Man Is Not Enough." Okay.
Here comes the birth of the sexual liberation. One man is not enough. Here comes the birth of Frankenstein. It's alive.
All right, here's the beginning of it. She had been living for a definition of feminine nature that was doing her an injustice.
Say that
In
again. Wait, read that sentence again for me.
had been living for a definition of feminine nature that was doing her an injustice. Okay?
Uh-huh.
Locking herself into a monogamous relationship, she was with a married man. She was more often than not left with no man at all. The elusive fellow in question did plan to marry her as soon as he could work his wife around to getting a divorce. So is Cosmo's advice not to sleep with married men? No, 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 no. Cosmo's advice is to sleep not with one married man, but with several. So in her best-selling book, Sex and the Single Girl, here's what Helen.
How many times you've heard about making yourself a side chick to a high value man or a man with money? Y'all didn't think y'all thought y'all came up with this idea? No, it was sold to you. It was sold to you, made all right.
Wrote. It seems to me the solution is not to rule out married men, but to keep them as pets. While they are using you to varnish their egos, you use them to add spice to your life. I say them advisedly. One married man is dangerous. A potpourri can be fun. So there you go.
I have a question for you. How did you, I guess, rectify her message and the fact that she was, didn't you say she was married for like 50 years to one man?
Yes, she was. In fact, she said that she was married to David Brown, who was a very famous producer at the time. He was the producer of Jaws and Driving Miss Daisy. She said if David ever had an affair, she'd kill him.
So where do you think this came from? This desire to tell people to live a life that she clearly wasn't even living herself. Like, what is that?
She had been a very successful copy editor in California, copywriter.
Here it goes. Pay attention.
California. She was a advertising copywriter, and this was ad copy. She was selling the Cosmo lifestyle because that's what she was using to sell products in the magazine. Now,
there you go. They made up an entire lifestyle to sell to women, to sell ads in a magazine. Ladies, this is where it came from. This is a big part of where it came from.
Let me explain, if you understand how propaganda works. Edward Bernays wrote a book called Propaganda. He is considered the father of public relations. And he wrote that book titled Propaganda in the early 1900s, in the 1920s. He thought propaganda was a really good thing. But he explained, how do you sell pianos to the middle class? Because a piano is a pretty high ticket item. You sell a piano by selling the music room. You have all of these beautiful magazines with these very successful people, famous rich people who have music rooms in their house. And once you've sold the middle class on the idea of having a music room, they'll just think, I got to have a piano. You see? So you change the whole person's whole world around them in a way that makes them want to buy this stuff. So how do you sell beautiful clothes, cosmetics, hair products, contraception, abortion, singles travel, all these things that are in these women's magazines, high fashion women's magazines? You sell them by selling the Cosmo lifestyle.
I'm a PhD.
You can say Cosmopolitan has nothing to do with you, but yes, you have the internet today and OnlyFans because of Playboy. You have the kind of rap music and stuff you have today back when NWA was going to jail for F the Police, and 2 Live Crew were being put in jail for songs that would be very tame today. This is where it came from. It was propaganda. It was all to sell stuff. The Cosmo lifestyle. And this is what happens.
Once you've convinced a young woman that this is the lifestyle she wants to live, she'll think, I just have to have all these other products. And so Cosmo was extraordinarily successful. You have to remember, in the early 1970s, when I went there, it was the hottest women's magazine in the nation, and also had, advertisers were coming out of the woodwork trying to get into Cosmo. And so that was such a successful magazine that you see so many women's fashion magazines today that are following the Cosmo lead, if you will.
I have a quote here where you talked about propaganda in this way. You said, propaganda cuts off the democratic discourse, blocks genuine dialogue, and keeps the public from participating in reality. By the time the propagandists' deceptions are exposed to the twisted truth they are, untold and irreversible damage has often been done to the external order of human existence.
Now we're going to skip another part of this because I want to get into talking about how the sexual revolution and all this was married together. And I'm going to give me a minute, and I want you to listen to how this all comes together.
You set out, yes, you were blowing the whistle on all the cultural propaganda about divorce and uncommitted sex and all that stuff. But you wanted to answer the question, correct me if I'm wrong, of how the sexual revolution and the women's movement became commingled. And you said, quote, in the beginning, the women's movement and the sexual revolution were distinctly separate. And then you wanted to show in this book how
feminism, the women's movement, ERA, and sexual revolution were two different things. Phyllis Schlafly, there's a whole history of this. It's like they were the Bloods and the Crips, two different gangs. But then all of a sudden, something happened, and they became one.
Oh, they got intertwined.
Right. When I was sitting at my little blue desk at Cosmo in 1971, the women's movement was in full swing at that time. And Betty Friedan, Helen Gurley Brown would have loved for Betty Friedan to write for Cosmo, but Betty Friedan called Cosmo quite obscene and quite horrible. So you had the women's movement on one side, launched by Betty Friedan with the feminine mystique in 1963. And then you had Helen Gurley Brown, who launched the sexual revolution magazine Cosmo in 1965. By the time I got there, I saw that they were two radically separate movements. So how did they get joined together? That was the question people started to ask me. And a friend of mine said, was it abortion? I looked at her and I thought, I think it was. But I didn't know, you see. And that's why it took me so long to write that book. I had to find out how did abortion get inserted in the women's movement? Because abortion is anti-motherhood, anti-woman. It's anti-woman. So how did that get joined together? Well, it took me many, many years. And if we hadn't had Dr. Bernard Nathanson, who, as you know, was an abortionist who later became a pro-life activist, he became a Catholic eventually. But Dr. Bernard Nathanson had spilled the beans by telling the world that he and a man named Lawrence Lader, who were co-founders of what's now NARAL Pro-Choice America, had convinced Betty Friedan to insert abortion in the women's movement. If he hadn't told
the women's movement. So when people tell you that it has nothing to do with all these different things, yeah, it does. And she goes on to describe how these two different ideologies basically had come together and inserted that word into the women's movement and then changed the words to reproductive choice. Because there is no way you can tell women to postpone marriage, have sex without babies, without making work, and free sex not a big deal. That's what goes on. And so later on, Suzanne reads a section from Sue Ellen's book. About the sexual revolution, where the women's movement became intertwined with the popular sphere of young women that believing liberation means going to college, pursuing a career, postponing marriage and motherhood, and to be as sexually active as possible with no strings attached. This has led to so much pain for women. Now, let's bring it all home. That was the birth of the PhD. That's the birth of all this. Telling women, hey, it's your right. It's liberation. The evil patriarchy. All that stuff. Well, let's fast forward it, shall we? Let's fast forward and see what happens later on. I'm going to play something from a clip from a channel here on YouTube. Shout out to them. I'm going to use audio from them. It's Grapevine. And I'm going to start right here.
I'm going to first start to talk about the
fair use.
Statistics that come out saying that 70% of Black women are single. Is that a myth? Do you think that's true? Who wants to?
This was 4 years ago. Now, that woman who was one of the writers, major writers, she left Cosmo in '83. But the damage was done. She talks about how she finally started coming to terms with the damage she had caused in 2003 when she converted to Catholicism and started seeing all these women living these Sarah Jessica Parker Sex and the City lives and seeing all the damage that it caused with women not doing what she, basically what they were sold to do. And she said, I had to come clean. Understand, this woman, the writer of this, was married for 40 years. And the woman that hired her, married 50 years, out promoting having sex with married men. But she said, if you try to sleep with my husband, I kill you. Listen.
I think it's unbelievably high. Okay. But do you see that in your everyday life, that that's the case?
Every time I try to holler at a girl, that must be extremely high. I believe that's pretty true and accurate.
The stat they're talking about is the out of wedlock, or how many women are married or not married. And you're going to see that women tend to hear stats that they don't like. They're starting to question the stat. Here we go.
Between the ages of 18 to 30.
I researched before. I'm not sure if it's single or unmarried, but we'll link it. We'll link it at the bottom. Go ahead, Sarah. Wait, I'm sorry. One person at a time. Go ahead, Sarah.
It is unmarried.
It's
and
unmarried.
The statistic is actually skewed. It's 70% of Black women between the ages of 18 to 34
are unmarried.
Imagine
18-year-olds.
Which that's what a lot of people are saying, that it's a skewed statistic because.
Of course, anytime you hear something that you don't like, we're going to question the stat. Pay very close attention to what's about to happen.
Most people from the age of 18 to 34
are unmarried. But I think also, like, back in the day, like, people were getting married at 23. Like, my mom got married at 23.
Your average American nowadays gets married at 20. Your average woman gets married at 26 or 27. And your average male, I want to say, gets married at like 28 or 29.
Okay, so knowing that, do you feel like there's like a stigma as a Black woman when you're like single, or just because of all these studies that come out, all these videos, all these questions about
fair use? The stigma that goes along, I'll let her go ahead and say this.
The focus is more so on Black women, and we're not looking.
Yeah, we're going to go on to the next part. They're going to go in to talk about the stigma and all this other kind of stuff. A bunch of pandering instead of dealing with the reality of what goes on.
As a whole, like.
Here we go.
I'm sorry, Sarin, just let Sakina go.
I was going to say that I think that the focus of women, between ages 18 to 34 is also very different. Like, you don't finish your degree until you're, 20, 22. And then if you go on to grad school, now you're 24, you're 26, and then you're a working professional. So I think the focus of millennials, especially Black millennials, is very different. We're traveling, we're working in corporate environments, we're entrepreneurs, so I think.
Suzanne reads a section from Sue Ellen's book, talks about how the sexual revolution and the women's movement became intertwined in the popular sphere that young women believed that liberation means to go to college, pursue a career, postpone marriage, motherhood, become sexually as active as possible with no strings attached, and how this has led to so much pain for women. Traveling, turning up.
Some of them is turning up. But so I think the focus is different and not necessarily on getting married right now.
But what I will say is that when I like go into certain situations and I see like my white female counterparts, everybody has a ring.
That's it. You can say what you want to, but you go around and you see your non-black counterparts, and they're doing all the stuff that black women are doing, plus they got a ring. Plus they got a ring. Plus they got a ring.
No matter if they're like starting at 24, and it's not necessarily the case with my black female counterpart.
Well, I agree
Go ahead,
with,
Donovan.
I agree with Ashley.
Of course, here we have the best in simp talk. And this is another thing. Here comes the panda bear to go in and question all the other stuff. And that is what has happened. Panda bears were big 4 years ago. But panda bears aren't helping because panda bears ain't got nothing for you except more pandering. The reality is what just happened.
Okay, Sylvan, did you want to say something?
A few things.
Okay.
So to kind of piggyback off what you said, which is what I was already going to say, once black women hit 34 and above, the number actually rises dramatically. I think it's like 80%.
You better come with the
or
statistics.
90%.
Yes.
Why is it? I do.
This woman just said that, yeah, those skewed stats, but once they go from 35 to 34 to 35, the number of unmarried black women dramatically rises to 80 or 90% married. And this other woman, as on cue, says, you better come with the stats. The propaganda has worked. 80 to 90% of black women are married over age 35. And you got women in here saying, yeah, the numbers are wrong. The stats are wrong.
For anyone that doesn't know, I'm on YouTube and actually did a video on this. So 80%, or it might even be higher than that, 90% of black women 34 and above are married or have been married at least once.
Okay.
Going off what you said about white women getting married at a younger age, 50 or 60% of first marriages that when you get married before 25 end in divorce. So people are getting married younger, but they have a higher chance of divorcing.
How many times do you hear women who have a problem with my platform parroting this stuff right here? This woman says, yeah, I did a video on it. Yeah, a wrong video telling 30. So don't worry. When you're all the way up in no man's land, all of a sudden, the marital numbers just automatically jump to 80, 90%. 8 or 9 out of 10 black women all of a sudden get married when just a year before, 70 to 80% of you were unmarried. And they didn't even think to question the number because it felt good to hear it. And no one pushes back on this. 4 years ago, there was no one to push back on this. I'm going to leave a link in the description. Go look in the comment section. And it's littered with women destroying men. Ladies, the propaganda worked to where you even got women saying, oh yeah, the numbers are off.
Get married below 30, like there's a much higher chance. And I know a lot of white girls that do get married they get married at 23 and they're divorced by 29, and then they're on to their second marriage.
The second marriage.
Yeah,
that's true.
And in terms of who black men want to date and stuff like that, as of 2014, 86% of black men that were married to black women. So you actually
can we just clap about that? Yeah, I love it.
Listen to the selective hearing. 70% aren't married between 18 and 30. We're going to question the stat. But automatically, between over age 35, they get married at a rate of 80 to 90%. And then when they are married, they're marrying black women. Yay! When you look around this room and all of them are single, And I would be willing to, and I would love for Grapevine to respond. I would love to hear how many women from this platform in 2016 are married since this video dropped. Back then, men could not say anything because they would be shouted down. But you could just heard, just in that much of listening to that, it makes no sense. It makes no sense. It makes absolutely no sense. But let somebody tell you what you want to hear, and you'll clap on cue.
Have a stencil for the men that they want, and that's kind of what impedes the development of a family. Like, oh, he gotta have a job, he gotta have a car, and
he has to have teeth.
No. If I could finish my point.
Let Valar finish.
I'm exaggerating, I'm being facetious, but they do kind of hold it to a certain stencil, you know what I mean? So I feel like men...
fluid and flexible, is what you're saying.
So they should. Yeah, they should. I'm not saying they should.
They need to settle.
I'm not saying they should settle, but
Brother can't even get his word out of his mouth. And you wonder why men don't talk, ladies. It's because all he was saying is the truth. Yeah. But the men you talk about marrying, the men you want, they're a very small group of men. And if you don't get one of these small group of men, all of a sudden, it's settling. It's settling. It's settling. That was the birth of the PhD. Now you understand that I'm not being pejorative. I'm not being overly insulting. I'm telling you, this was a plan to sell products and services to women. And Cosmo was targeting 92% of people that didn't live in it. They didn't say to sell into black women, but if they were selling to white women, they were selling to black women. And if it affected the white community, it affected the black community exponentially, because if the white community catches a cold, the black community catches flu. How often do you hear, I'm not selling, I don't want no 9-to-5 guy, I want to go out and get my degree, go get this, go get that. That's why I juxtaposed two middle-aged and older. Actually, one of them was an elderly white woman talking to a middle-aged white woman, and you got young black women parroting the stuff that white woman was writing. Oh, I'm sorry, that white woman was lying about writing. That stuff that white woman was making, that woman was making up to sell magazines, to sell advertising. So that's where it comes from. That's where it comes from. And it's all over the place. It is all over the place. So why are modern women in so much pain, so unmarried? Because look, you cannot put off delay marriage and children without making it all okay. Sex without strings, rotations. Now we're getting to the point to where y'all see what's going on. Y'all see what's going on. It is getting even more extreme. And it's time to actually just pull it down and realize that all this stuff that you bought into was sold to you to get you to buy products and services. And in the black community, it was somewhat reinforced by a new prosperity gospel in the church. You're meant to have what you want to have. So all you ladies were told that you can go take your most prime years, go to college, date around, do whatever you want, and then go live the wonderful life of Erica, travel this, that, turn up, and then over 30 or 35 years old, when you decide you want to, you can turn around and grab a man off the high value tree and get started getting married. And it's a lie. It's a lie. And I'm sorry to tell you, you were lied to, but you were. The women that were writing these things said this wasn't happening. People weren't going out for doing this. They were getting married at 23. You heard the girl in the white who was leading the whole panel said, my mother was married at 23. But if I say get married at 23 years old right now, women would say, that's too young for marriage. I come from the advertising industry. I saw this. I'm sorry. Here it is. Birth of the PhD. So when you think I'm just laughing and joking and snapping and making and being facetious, no, because this is where it is. This is where it is. That woman said she had to confess because she had seen the damage that her propaganda, her lies had done to the West. Women were convinced to put off marriage with average men. Women were taught to, the guys you're with is never good enough because there's always some illustrious, high value Mr. Big somewhere out there in Cleveland or Alabama. And all you got to do is decide you want one. And because you're older, you can get one. This is why so many women, this is one of the major reasons why modern women are so single. You were sold a lifestyle that kept you independent and consuming. And I'm sorry, the men over here didn't do it to you, but you cannot get your youth back. And the funny thing is, like the sister that came in and said, yeah, all these stats are skewed, The one chick said, if I look around and my non-black counterparts, they're all married. Black women, you bought this hook, line, and sinker. Hook, line, and sinker. More so than any other group of people. Now, what are you going to do about it? But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. Just maybe that's all BS. And that woman was just saying something to be saying something. We shall see, though. Open the call lines.
Money work. El mundo quiere dinero. Money work. Se arregla con dinero. Money work. Si me quiero educar, dormir en algún lugar, un lugar para trabajar, y si no hay para emigrar. Todo money, money, todo el dinero. Solo un par de gente se lleva el botín entero. Funny, funny, pasa verdadero. Si tienen lo verde siempre llegará primero. Pero llegaremos antes o después. Solo a lo suyo, que Dios te lo ve. Que por más que tarde lo veré caer. Somos más lo bueno y tenemos fe. El dinero ya lo veré. No vendo mi alma, lo lograré. Seré el más grande, no olvidaré de dónde vengo ni cómo voy. Money work. El mundo quiere dinero. Money work. Se arregla con dinero. Money work. Yo digo las cosas como son. No quiero ninguna aceptación. Tampoco vengo a pedir perdón porque mis sentimientos se volvieron la canción. Yeah. No me vale mucho como tú me ves. Sabes, tú me llegas solo a los pies. Para mí ser grande es un interés. Ser un buen humano para mí es un deber. El dinero ya lo veré. No vendo mi alma, lo lograré. Seré el más grande, no olvidaré de dónde vengo ni cómo voy. Money work. Yeah. El mundo quiere dinero. Yeah. Yeah. Money work. Se arregla con dinero. Yeah. Money work. De corazón. La plata no te hace ser feliz. Yeah, de corazón. La plata no te hace ser feliz. Money work. El mundo quiere dinero. Yeah. Money work. Se arregla con dinero. Money work. Lunático.
All right, here we go. 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 Now remember, all I'm asking is I'll be nice to you if you're nice to me. I didn't make up the article. I didn't make it up, but this is a history of what's gone on. Ladies only. Guys, I'm not asking to speak to you. So if you're a guy, don't call in. I just said if you're a guy, not to call in. I guess you guys don't pay attention. If you're a guy, don't call in. If you're a guy in the comment section, leave. If you're a guy, don't call in. Hello?
Hi.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. What do you got for me?
Yeah, so I went to a women's college and I just
First off,
remember,
your name and how old are you?
yeah, my name is Sydney and I'm 25.
Okay. What do you got?
So I went to a women's college and I remember just one of the major things that they would tell us all the time is that one, gender was a social construct, two, that women didn't need men, and three, that women could literally just beat men at everything and that's what we should do. And it took me years after I graduated college 3 years ago to really undo all that programming because it's literally what it is.
Well, it's becoming even worse on modern campuses. That's why many are fleeing college campuses. It's but you know what? I'm gonna stay away from, the social politic and the campus, but we're gonna stick on the fact of dating and relationships. This is what women were sold. I don't doubt that this is what happened on college. So how is it impacting you now in your quest to date and mate?
Well, yeah, well, I think I definitely see it with my mom. Like she watches so many of these TV shows
Yeah,
that are
but
saying
what about you though?
with me, well, I was definitely not prioritizing like dating men or anything like that. So I really had to think about I actually am not on that path to like be working in the workforce or anything like that. I realized that my priority had to be on being able to like just be a wife, right? So like being
Are you seeing anybody right now?
not right now, no.
Okay. You ladies sound, a lot of you ladies just sound like you, when I talk about relationships, you guys just sound so uncomfortable. So uncomfortable. And it's like, I asked you how to speak Chinese. It's like, and that's unfortunate because men are on the other side and you guys are going to have to you have a degree, a bachelor's, right?
Yeah.
You're going to have to put twice the work, 3 times the work you did into getting the bachelor's to get a man.
Yeah.
Because you don't seem to speak the language. And the first thing I asked is about you, and you start talking about your mom. Your mom has made her choice. At 25, you either decide to learn what we are, what we value, what matters to us, get curious and approach it like your hair's on fire, or be one of the four that ends up, or being the 3 out of the 4 that ends up alone. Hold on. Here we go. Go ahead and unmute yourself. Okay, you got your camera all over the place. Unmute yourself. Yeah, there's some dude in the background. No, I'm not trying to hear this. They're tripping. All right, if you're gonna come on, you need to be on and be prepared to go. I don't want to. I'm not trying to have one to say. Hello.
Hello. Hi.
Hi. Your first name?
Stacy.
What do you got for me?
Yeah, I just wanted to share. I'm 46.
Okay.
I'm single and I'm single and this is very true. I was taught, I was born in 75. And so me growing up in going to college in the 90s and things like that, it was taught to be independent and things like that. Get, go for your dreams, follow your dreams. Don't get married, especially don't settle. That was just like the emphasis. Don't settle, don't settle, don't settle. I'm 46 years old and I'm single. My choices are beyond limited. I don't have any choices.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty much over for me. And I just wanted to share that everything that that interviewer said was so true. It was pure propaganda. It was feminism 101.
Appreciate it, Mom.
And
I
yes,
gotta get to somebody else. Hold on, let me get to somebody else
sorry.
too.
Thank you.
Yeah. Go ahead. Unmute yourself.
Oh, hi.
Hello. How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
How old are you?
I'm 39.
What do you got for me?
I do want to just comment on. I jumped in at the last minute, but did want to comment on the panel that was happening and so much that's going on today. But I also see I see feminism like at its height, and two, I see a lot of women, especially Black women, recognizing how it's failed all of us and is failing us as a whole in our community. And I'm also kind of proud to say that in my community in Sacramento, I know that I, as well as some of my other female friends and family members, have kind of made a concerted effort to kind of change the narrative and be more deliberate about championing our Black men, and just supporting them in business.
Hold on, Summer. Hold on. If you're in the chat room on the call and you have a disagreement, raise your hand, because I want to get to the people who may not be on the same page, and answer some questions, because you said you're 39?
I am, yes.
Any children?
I have 3 children.
Have you ever been married?
I have. I've been divorced now for about 5 years.
You were married to their father?
Yes.
Well, you're in the one out of you in the 1 out of 4, so at least you can say you were.
Yeah, no, I was.
Right.
I've had a few proposals, but I think I need, as a woman, to educate myself more on, what my own shortcomings are, and more prepare myself to be an actual valuable partner to someone before I'm ready to jump back in there.
Appreciate it. All right. So here's what I need. Here's what I need from you guys. If you're on and you want to get on, if you have a question, you got to kind of get to the point. Oh, this woman's called in before. I've seen you before. Wow. All right. If your camera is on, I'm going to the people who have their camera on first. Go ahead.
Hi.
Hi. How old are you?
I'm 25. My name is Chelsea.
Okay, what do you got for me?
I guess I just more so have a comment. I've been watching your videos for the past couple weeks, and I know you stress a lot that we should, as women, we should start, what's the word I'm trying to find? We should start aspiring to marriage and working towards being a wife, or trying to, we should actively be pursuing that young. But from my experience, I just find that, and it may be the area that I'm in, a lot of, or from the men that I've come in contact with, that's not what they're on. Like, that's
Are
not
you in
what
college?
Not anymore.
Where'd you go to college?
I went to University of Arkansas.
There are plenty of Black men at University of Arkansas.
I'm not saying it's not eligible bachelors. I just feel like and it could be the dating pool or the people who I'm aspiring to want to be with, that type of man.
So
they're
are
not
you basically,
necessarily.
it almost sounds like you're making an argument that the men aren't ready for marriage.
I feel as though with the age group that I'm in, I haven't really come across a lot of men that are ready to settle down.
Hold on. You're 25?
Yes.
What's the oldest man you've ever dated?
Probably like 30.
Right. And you were how old?
I was 24, so this was last year.
So I'm sorry that, first of all, in our community, women want men to be around the same age and making 6 figures or more. Men start looking to get married after 35. So looking for a man in your 20s Yeah, it makes sense you're not gonna find somebody because he's still out here working, trying to become a even able to produce for a wife and kids. So yes, this is why I stress that you ladies got to start being more realistic and putting yourself in a position. Are you still in Arkansas? You muted yourself. Hello? Are you still in
Yes, I'm still
Arkansas?
in Arkansas. Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's gonna have and the next question I'm gonna ask, what kind of lifestyle do you want to have? How many kids do you want to have? All these other things. And Arkansas is it's one of the worst states in the union. Louisiana, Arkansas, Mississippi are always fighting for the bottom 3 spots. So if you want a successful black man, Arkansas is not necessarily the place to go get them.
Okay.
So I don't know why this is the reality I need you ladies to start understanding. They told you you were sold that these successful men are all over the place, and I left. You can't. There's nothing in Arkansas that's really appealing. And no diss to the people in Arkansas, but you know what it is.
Yeah, I know.
So why are you still there?
I guess
Because it's convenient.
Probably comfort. If anything,
Well,
I done got comfortable here.
Guess what? Because you're about 2 years from the danger zone. And I'm sorry. The thought process of, well, the men aren't on my level and the men aren't ready and this and that doesn't matter when time is run out. You ladies are going to have to put yourself in the position and go to places and areas where the kind of men you want are. If you want a different outcome. If you don't, then it is what it is. The halls of whatever, your numbers, your microphone's not on. Unmute yourself. Miss something or other.
Hey, Uncle Kev, how are you?
Hello. Do you have a disagreement?
I have more like an addition because I don't want to credit everything. I believe in the fact of
Well, how old are you, by the way?
27.
Okay. Go ahead. Hello? What happened to you? She muted herself. All right, so here's what I need. I need the people who have questions or disagreements to pop up because we can't just have the same, hey, I agree. Here's the problem. Many of you ladies, even the ones that do agree, you're still not willing to do what it takes to make yourself viable for your outcomes. Meaning, like I spoke with the previous caller, when you're in Arkansas, Mississippi, Louisiana, Oklahoma, these places are not overrunning with, rich, successful men. You're going to get guys making $15, $20 an hour. That's good. The median income for a black man in this country is $42,000. That's what 50% are going to make. So if you want something that's going to be higher, so she's supposed to leave. Let me go ahead and get you on here. Go ahead and unmute yourself, Candy, seeing as though you don't seem to understand the point. Unmute yourself. What's your question?
Good evening.
Hello. What was the question that you typed?
No, you were saying something that they have only people who make $10, $20.
What was the question that you typed?
I said, so is she supposed to leave because she have to leave to go find a man because there's
Okay,
no
where are you
men
from?
here for
Okay,
her?
hold on. Okay. Where are you at?
I'm in New York.
Yeah, you've called in my show before, right?
One time before.
Right. Understand something. You don't have to do anything. No one has to do anything. But you cannot make something be what it's not. If you want a man who's earning more, You cannot be in a poor state.
I agree.
So why is that? Well, why did that seem to trigger you ladies when you hear that you have to do something? Sometime for little girls. Seems to trigger you. And speak on that too. Far too many, man, y'all are too immature. Like I had that one person that was on Instagram the other day. It's time for you ladies to grow up. Go back to the second broadcast I put in at 23. You're supposed to be a grown ass woman at 20 children and becoming wives. And y'all, too many of you act like teenagers. Still walking down with Play Rancher in it. Grow the French toast up, ladies. Oh, knock yourself out. Becky, Marisol, Mylene, Anu, they would have no problem hollering at your men. Talking about what I'm supposed to do. I'm supposed to do this. No. Becky will tell you, you ain't supposed to do nothing. You sit right there and I'm going to go holler at Jamal. Hello, Monica, unmute yourself. Unmute yourself, Monica. So, Mookie, that's who she was. See, another part of this that bothered, they were sold education and income. Your education does not make you more high. Not increase your market value as a woman. Not like you think it does. Not like you think it does. Unmute yourself.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I'm well, thank you. So I have a question for you. How do we change the narrative going forward? So we've been programmed to think that having fun, being educated is the way to go.
Are you married?
I've been married for 13 years.
Okay.
But I have a
That's how you change the narrative.
I have sisters. So one of them is not. She's very educated. She's very successful.
Why is she not married?
Well, she's in. Her reason for not being married was always, I have to finish my boards. I have to finish this degree. I have to finish.
So you asked me the question: how you change the narrative? Get married, raise the number, raise the percentages. We have to start telling, not necessarily early marriage, but just stop delaying it earlier. Start understanding that the men you're gonna marry aren't necessarily gonna be your age, depending upon the kind of lifestyle you want.
Okay.
Yeah, lastly, women have to start getting very curious about men, understanding who men are, what we want, and what we're willing to sign for. That in and of itself is what's missing, because what so many women today want to give men is what they have to sell. It's not what men are asking for. Got it? Appreciate it. All right. So, yeah, changing the narrative comes down to, if you want a different outcome, and I'm a big fan. I always say that, this whole falling in love thing, that just doesn't, that's Disney, the Disneyfication of relationships. This lady's going ham on this heart. Lady, your microphone is not connected. She does not seem to get it. Your microphone is not connected, so I can't help you if your mic's not connected. Hall of whatever, your microphone is not connected, so without that, I cannot do nothing for you. So, I think it's also shocking to a lot of women that when they realize that, oh my God, it's going to require more than just being, cute. It's going to require more than just being cute. It's going to require, actually, especially the higher up you go, it's going to require you actually having relationship skills. Go ahead and unmute yourself. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah. Yes. First name.
Clarice.
Clarice?
Yes.
What do you got for me?
Hi. So I am a going close to middle-aged woman, but I am married. Um, I'm 40 years old. But my question, and I have two children, one adult, 22 years old, and the other one is 9. The 9-year-old is with my husband. Um, so my question is how, because I just started listening to your videos recently, I'm just trying to figure out um, how are you classifying a man as high value or a woman as high value? Like,
Oh, I have
what are
video.
the
Okay, I
qualities?
have videos on this.
Okay.
If you have them, please, you have to go back and kind of watch. There's a lot of stuff out there, but I have the videos. 10-minute video on what makes a man high value, and I
And
also
then
have
I
a video on what makes a woman high value. Go ahead.
can I ask one more question? Okay, so then I also have a question in reference to you, I think a couple times you said that women needed to be somewhat slimmer and fitter, um,
I didn't say
and they need
they need to. Depends on the outcomes you want.
right. I understand that. I think that things like what men find attractive are different in different geographics. I
Obviously, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Really? How old are you? 40?
I'm 40, yes.
Okay, please let's not do this. I'm like, obviously there are g- preferential differences, but are you really going to try to tell me that men want women to be way more than they do?
No, that's not what I was going to say.
Well,
That's
the
not what
average black woman weighs more than the average black man at his height. 80% of black women are overweight, and 80% of those are obese. So just because men may happen to like where the fat lands doesn't mean that it's going to work. There needs to be a more fit woman
right.
because
That I wasn't going to say that she should look overweight. I'm saying that
no. She shouldn't look overweight. She shouldn't be overweight. There's no gray area on this. Go back and look at your grandmother and your great grandmother. Go back in your family albums and show me the 200 and 300 pound women. They didn't exist. Go
I
back and
can
watch Coolie High is a movie that's on YouTube. It's free right now. Go in there, go look at the women who are standing over there eating chicken by themselves and eating chips. That's the woman that people were laughing at in the movie while the pretty girls was being danced with and the thin girls was being danced with.
okay. I can agree with that. I can agree with that. I just have one more thing to say. So I've seen a lot of interracial relationships where the white woman was very overweight.
I don't care. What does that mean?
No, I mean, so because you were
You
saying
like
that
okay, here's the problem I have with what you're doing. You've only been watching a short period of time and you come
I
in.
have. I admit to
All
that.
right, so go back and so here's what I think: go do your homework because I don't like when women come in doing this. Well, not all, and then there's some. You just wasted what time for what? Just to tell women that ultimately, do you think what you're saying is going to help women get what they want? Go ahead and be
No,
overweight,
I
and there
just
are some
wanted to.
fat white women.
No. I was just.
Thank you. I'm sorry. I just have little patience for. I just showed you 50, 60 years of propaganda and young black people parroting this propaganda. And you get a woman who's 40 coming in and, for the most part, parroting the propaganda. How do we change the narrative? That's what the previous caller asked. We're going to need women like her to stop doing that. We need women like her to start saying the stuff that I was saying 3-4 years ago is BS, young sis. Don't do this. Get out here and be as fit as you can get and as pretty as possible. And you need to be the girly girl. That's what we need women to start telling women. Not that, well, there may be somebody who likes your elbow meat. There may be somebody who likes you have an extra meat hanging off your knees. Cause you see Honey Boo Boo's mom look that way. It's not helping. You're gonna need to sit the phone down because you're kind of hyperactive. Unmute yourself. Unmute yourself. Man, hello. There may be somebody who likes the. All right, you're gonna have to turn YouTube off in the background. You gotta turn YouTube off in the background because that'll come through. All right. All right, let's do this one more again. Hello? All right, you didn't turn YouTube off like I asked you to.
Hi, Kevin.
Hi, what's your first name? Okay, I'm going to say it one more time. If you don't turn it off, I'm going to go ahead to the next caller.
Hello.
Hi, what's your first name?
Hello.
What is your first name?
Gray area on this.
All right. And it's this Celestine. No, I don't know who you are. Go ahead and unmute yourself. Hello? Hi, is your finger over the camera or something? What do you have for me? Uh-huh. Okay, what I'm gonna need you to do is I'm no offense, man, but I'm gonna need you guys to don't give me the preamble, get to the question. Because it's taking
okay, so I'm trying to figure out what went wrong in my dating life as far as just trying to find a mate. Because I knew from back then what I wanted. I wanted also an education. I wanted to have a mate. I wanted to have a family, and none of that transpired for me.
Did you get an education?
Yes, I did.
What's your degree in?
And I thought the ideal place to meet a guy would be at school.
Where's your no?
But that didn't transpire.
Because you're not listening. Can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. What is your degree
I can hear you. I have a bachelor's in criminal justice.
All right. Do you have YouTube on in the background or something? Because that tends to have a problem with this.
No.
All right. So, and
no,
you're
I don't
40,
have anything
and you're
going.
40, and you're 40. And you're
I'm
40,
42.
right? 42.
Yeah, 42.
What state do you live in?
New York.
New York. Are you from New York?
Yes.
All right. How tall are you?
5'4".
Dress size?
18-20.
That's your problem.
But no, that's not fair, Kevin. Because
No, it is. I don't give a shit about fair. No, I don't give a shit about fair. I don't you overtalk me. Who the fuck do you think you're talking to? Don't overtalk me. I told. Do not overtalk me.
Okay.
You called and asked me for my advice, and when I start talking and I say something you don't like, you give me the New York girl attitude. If this is how you conduct yourself, this is another reason why you can't find nobody. 18, 20. How much do you weigh?
I'm close to 300 pounds.
Ma'am, are you seriously asking why you can't find a man? And you weigh almost your height, you should be 120 pounds. You cannot be seriously asking me why you can't find someone. The better question is, why should somebody accept this?
Kevin?
No. The better question is, why should a man
Kevin?
Why should a man accept
I know.
this? I'm not going to do that. We know where that's going to go. We know where that's going to go. So I'm not going to sit here and counsel you on why you should go work out. You're 40 years old. You're educated. You know you're morbidly obese. If you want to be 300 pounds, knock yourself out.
I'm a PhD.
What am I supposed to say? Talk to her and ask her why she got there and who her mom and dad was, and no. 80% being overweight or obese. That means 70, 80 years ago, the average women were we didn't have an 80% rate. There's a correlation, not a causation, but as women's weight has gone up in our community, the marital rates have gone down. Men are not going to take women on as wives who they're not sexually attracted to, who they're not proud of, who they can't bring around their friends, their family, their colleagues. It's not going to do it. They're just not going to do it. And I'm sorry that people tell you that you're beautiful in the skin you're in and fat acceptance and all other stuff. I'm sorry, it just doesn't work. Go ahead. Hello? Hey, what's your question?
Women pursuing a degree and having a partner usually is dissonant. But what about women who acquire both of those things simultaneously?
Say again. What's the
So
question?
Sorry, go ahead.
What's the question?
My question is that good or bad? Because often women that like have degrees on your channel, PhDs, masters, you often tell them that like their approach to having a partner is, because of that degree. But what is the problem when they get it simultaneously? Like, is that not okay?
Sounds to me like you're saying that. Do you have a master's or a PhD?
No, I'm currently in school.
Do you have a boyfriend or you have a husband?
Partners, yeah, just a partner, a boyfriend.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't understand. It almost sounds like you're asking me if you can navigate relationship. Well, first off, a master's or a PhD does not keep non-Black women from not getting a husband.
Okay.
So I don't know how you want to package that, but your master's, Black woman going to get a master's or a PhD should not make it any more problematic to get a man. But for some strange reason, on this side, it seems to be very problematic. And there are a lot of things that go into that too. And one it's not that hard to realize is the weight issue. If you can have a master's or a PhD, yeah, you should be able to find a man. As long as you prioritize a relationship as well. Go ahead and unmute yourself. Go ahead and unmute yourself.
Hello?
Yes.
Hi, Kevin.
Hi. Let's try this one again.
Yes,
First name.
my technical difficulties.
Yeah, first name.
Paris.
What do you got? What do you got for me?
So I have a disagreement, though I agree with most of the things you say. My disagreement would be as far as the modern day woman is concerned and the propaganda aspect. I'm also 30 years old. I was raised by an elder, and I just feel like propaganda in our community isn't as big as a issue as it is just the upbringing of also our exposure. I feel like
Hold on. Propaganda, whether it comes from Cosmopolitan or whether it comes from TLC, is propaganda.
Absolutely, but I feel like the bigger issue is the exposure that we don't have to see married people like we all know.
Well, why don't we have that?
I think it's more of a socioeconomic thing than
No. Let me make it real clear. Why aren't Black women married?
Well, to each his own. For me, I can only speak for myself.
This is when y'all start getting real game goofy.
It's not.
You got all these big words before. Listen, no. You had all these words before, and I ask a direct question. Then it starts to get. I don't want to say something that's going to make women feel a certain way.
No,
let me give it to you this way. Don't roll your eyes.
I'm sorry, I didn't roll my eyes. I think it's a delay.
Prior to 1965, when we were broker, less educated, Jim Crowed and segregated, we had an 80% marital rate. Tell me about the socioeconomic status that prevented Black folks from being married then.
Yes, and that's what I was speaking on. I believe back then when we were in the field together, we had more of a reason to stay together, And then when the economic structure changed, the only people that were affected were mostly minorities. And once computers came into place,
This makes no sense, ma'am. Computers exist for everybody. What you're not talking about is what you're not talking about is the choice that women make in these relationships. That's what you're not. Every time I've asked a question about women, you've danced. Women choose whether or not they are going to become fit for wives, and women also decide whether to stay or leave relationships.
But as you say all the time, what do you say? We have access to sex, and you guys have access to marriage.
No, so, we offer marriage. You control sex. We control marriage.
Correct. So,
but listen. You're confused. Let me help you out.
Okay.
80% of divorces in the Black community are filed by who?
Women.
That means you were married. Why are 8 out of 10 walking away from marriages when only 1 out of 4 can ever expect to be married?
Because we were brought up, as you say, to be very independent. So we missed
that
class.
And understand something. That's your problem as a woman. That's for you and the women to figure out how to become better women, better wives. That's on you. Not the men, not the country, not the media. You and the women that look like you need to figure out how to become better wives to any man you decide, to where a man will want to even marry you and then decide to stay in the relationships you have.
Okay, so yeah, so like I said, I do agree that it's a priority that we don't prioritize correctly. But like I said, I just joined the 30 Club, and at this point, I have listened to you enough to know I actively should be actively pursuing, well, at least trying to be pursued.
If that's what you want. But see, what I can't allow is all this. It's really not our fault. I'm not going to allow you women to not take their accountability.
I believe in taking accountability. That's not
but the answers, every time I've asked you for an answer for women to take accountability, you just put up the Wonder Woman bracelets. Like, do you want to be married?
Yes.
Do you want children?
I could, or I could not. It's not a deal breaker for me.
Do you want children?
I'd be happy to have some from my husband if that's what he wanted.
Do you want children? See, these are very simple questions. I just ask you, do you want children?
No. Do I want children? No. Would I be okay with having some?
Okay, but the question I asked is, did you want them? But see, let me explain why that was such a big problem. The combative, deflective nature of even just getting a simple answer out of you as a Black woman is frustrating to me as a man. Makes me not want to talk to you when I just asked a simple question that I know you understood.
Oh man, Kevin. So it's hard. It's hard out here.
No, you're being difficult. You heard the question. You just chose to be a jerk about it.
I didn't mean to be a jerk about it, Kevin. That was an honest answer.
No, ma'am. I asked you, did you want children? And the answer was, do I want children? Check yes or check no. Those are the only options I gave you. But you decided to answer it in the question. Well, if my husband wants to have them, I would be open to having them. It was a yes or no question. You made it overly complex, and that's a problem. That's a problem because men don't like communication like that on a romantic level or non-romantic level.
Well, I don't want to have children out of wedlock.
I didn't ask that. Okay. I'm using this as an option, and ladies, understand. If you're watching this, understand this shouldn't be that complicated. She should have been able to answer the question and effervescently move on. But so many Black women are used to jostling and jousting with Black men and competing with us and being our competition and matching move for move. You're not my equal. We're not on a chessboard.
Okay.
The energy is all wrong here.
I'm sorry, Kevin.
I'm talking to the audience.
I like you. I didn't come here to be combative.
I didn't say you did not like me, ma'am. And I'm not being rude. I'm just saying, okay, ma'am, I just asked you if you wanted children.
So no, Kevin, I would not.
All right. And do you want to be married?
Yes.
All right. Are you seeing somebody seriously?
No, not at the moment.
When was the last serious relationship you had?
2 years ago.
How long did that last?
About 2 years.
Why didn't you guys get married?
I wasn't asked to be married. So it didn't happen. And then I moved on.
He was married. Did he know? Did you want to marry him?
No.
Then, huh?
Well, I can say no now because once the relationship dissolved, and while I was in the relationship, I'm being honest, it was a situationship more than a relationship for sure.
Exactly. And were you in school at the time?
No.
All right. And what about the longest relationship you had before that one?
I was in a relationship prior to that for 3 years.
So you have 3 year and a 3 year and a 2 year relationship in your 20s. So 5 years worth of relationships. If I asked the men who you were involved with how they experienced you, what would they tell me?
I would say I would think they would tell you that the experience was great. I still have really friendships with both of them.
So it begs the question: why didn't you and the 3 year guy get married?
I think it just wasn't a priority of mine. It wasn't something I prioritized at that time. I traveled a lot for work, so did he, and as you say, long distance doesn't really work.
All right, but okay, and there we go. You were traveling for work, your degree, or this or that, and you took your prime years. And what I'm asking you is of 3 years and 2 years. It seems that Black women tend to have the ones that have relationships, you can have them, but they just end. And there's like no definitive answer why it ended. Where was the process? It's just, we're just doing stuff.
Yeah.
And the point I'm making is that you're in what I call the danger zone. And you're going to have better answers if you ever expect to get the outcomes you want. Because you've taken your 20s and they're gone.
And I agree. I absolutely agree with you, Kevin. At that moment, when I was 19, I had a very high value man that would have been happy to whisk me off and marry me. And I'm sure I would have been living a very different life at this point. But it goes back to why I called. I feel like I didn't have the support from my family at 19.
I don't doubt that. We don't support marriage. Were you raised with your mother and father?
No, I was raised by my grandmother.
We don't. Our family, our community does not support relationship. More likely than not, people will tell you to leave and go do your career and everything else because women actually in our community think that's what makes you safe, and it's not. It's not what makes you safe. It's what ends up.
I'm a PhD.
And I'm not. I was never a scholar. Like I said, I went to school. I finished, but that wasn't why. I wouldn't say that was the reason. I wasn't, trying to get a PhD or anything like that.
That's not the point I was making. But thanks for. Let me go to somebody else. Thanks for calling in.
All right, thank you.
I don't think that most sisters understand how it should not be stressful to talk to a woman that I'm not involved with. Let me just be honest. I had a sister call in on Instagram, and she changed the entire energy of all the calls. She's a Muslim sister. Because she came in completely in her feminine, and it was a completely different call. I don't think many of you sisters understand how you come across to people you're not even involved with, especially when it's a brother. It's like the first, even the black man you like, you're still in a defensive kind of. It's too much. Let's do this. Unmute yourself. Hello.
Hello, good evening.
How are you?
I'm quite well, thank you, Mr. Samuels.
What do you got for me?
Okay, I have more of a question.
Okay.
I do not have much experience with dating. I am a first generation American, and dating isn't something that we usually.
How old are you?
36.
You've called in before.
Yes.
Okay. I what am I don't go ahead.
Okay. So I have never really been asked out by black men before, except for once.
All right. But when
And
I spoke to you last time, what was my suggestion for you?
oh, you didn't give me a suggestion because I called and it was a agreement or a
Okay,
disagreement.
you're 36 and you don't you don't really have any relationship experience, right?
Correct.
All right. Ma'am,
Yes, sir.
that's nothing I can really address at this point because at 36, I don't know how you got here. That's why I always say therapist, personal trainer, image consultant, matchmaker. But I can say at 36, you're too old to be wasting time trying to figure it out online. You need to be actively doing a lot of things differently simultaneously if you want a different outcome. Because you'll be 40 like that. And it's atypical for a woman to reach the mid 30s and have no real relationship history. That's just not the norm. And there's nothing I can really address here that's going to change your outcomes. That's some one-on-one work.
Okay.
All right. And that has nothing really to do with propaganda. And what it does have to do though is our the way the West is now, it's made women like her feel comfortable getting to their mid 30s without relationships. It's like, well, no big deal when I decide I want to have a relationship, but 50, 60 years ago, spinster. Folks would have started asking, where your baby's at? Where your husband at? That'd have been pressure. And that's what a lot of women thought they were getting liberated from, but with pressure also helps focus. If you have a disagreement, raise your hand. If you have a disagreement, raise your hand. What I'm going to do is I'm going to allow people who have disagreements to raise their hand. I'll be right back. Do not ask me to. Okay. All right. I don't see anybody raise their hands. Let's go here then.
I
Hello?
rebuke.
Hi, Kevin.
Hi.
Hi.
You have a disagreement?
I do not. I had a comment.
Go ahead.
My comment is for all the women who say that they don't have time and they can't squeeze putting a relationship together into their lives.
Yeah, you guys you got to get quicker at this. Y'all are kind of just going.
Okay, I'm saying I did it.
Okay, Princess, what do you got for me?
Hi. I've been watching ever since the viral video, and I'm in a fairly new relationship, and I would like to think he's pretty high value. And I even just had a show where I just got done talking with men.
What's the question or comment?
With men telling us what we want. I'm learning from you and other men that sometimes we just need to shut up. Like this guy, he's teaching me, and I'm learning a lot from you about how to be more cooperative. And it is
okay. Hold on, just a second, ladies. We gotta get to the. Okay, here's what I need. This is a show, and everybody wants to be heard, but I got a format. It's a conversation. It's not a monologue. Ms. Peck, what do you got for me?
Hi, Mr. Samuel. So my question is, for those who are, for me, like I know that I have a weight issue, right? I am overweight and I'm 22 years old, and I just wanted to know when would be a good time to start dating. Should I wait until after I lose the weight, or should it be,
Well,
during?
what are the outcomes you want? You want to be married?
I do.
Okay. What dress size are you now?
I am a 16.
All right. Any man that you would date right now would be different than a man you would date if you were dress size 4'6".
Hmm. That's true.
Men are visual. We choose different. So I don't know how you got there, but the priority needs to be getting as fit as you can get safely and quickly
Right.
because the time still ticks.
Hmm.
So I can't tell you what not to do, but I would say this: you don't want to. I just say I wouldn't date anybody seriously, uh, because to be fair, the men are going to be different, and you're going to be different. But you don't want to not have interactions with guys. I just say you damn sure don't want to be having sex with a bunch of different guys. You damn sure don't want to be having a bunch of sex or getting emotionally attached to anybody because that's just extra damage.
Hmm.
So, but to the mothers out there and the mothers and fathers, stop letting your children get to be this to be. Come on now, they need to be dress size 6, 4, 6. Got to have some room to grow. Got to have some room to put some babies on, put some baby weight on. You can't just be coming into marriages as dress size whatever and then think, oh, okay. Because a man looks at that and says, well, where's the room to grow after she has my child? I'm be dealing with something else. Unmute yourself. Hi, first name. What's the disagreement?
where there was, blacks and whites. And one of the things that I think that some of us could learn from in terms of dating is looking at some of our non-black counterparts and how they handle situations with men. Because most of my girlfriends are married, have children, and working on second marriage.
I want to be clear. You're saying 40?
Yeah, I know. I'm not using myself as an example. I mean, I know what you're saying to all the women.
Well, I didn't even get a
at
chance
my
to. I didn't get a chance to say what I was going to say, so you can't know
Okay,
that.
go ahead, sir.
And what I'm going to say is going to have import. No, you need to go to the men you want to pick you and ask what they want. Going to look at what other women do for their men happens after they already have their men. You're looking at them after acquisition. Y'all can't acquire.
Well, okay, when you say y'all, you're using that broadly, but if
Yeah,
you're
because we're
talking,
not talking about you. I'm using the
well,
same
you're right,
example you
because
just
I
used.
feel like me personally has always been in a different arena. Like I said, if you've partied with people of different races,
Okay, hold on.
it's different. It's a little different.
Hold on. Okay, have you been married?
I'm not married, no children, so
Okay,
no.
so we're not talking. Okay, I judge based upon marriage, not dating and dealing with.
But you got to start somewhere.
No,
to
no,
get
no,
to
no, no,
marriage,
no, no,
though.
no, 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 no. Young ladies. This, see, ma'am, no. This is what I mean. And the reason I stopped you and said what I was going to do is automatically your tone in talking with me is not a conciliatory tone. I gave you a room to speak and say what you're going to say, and you go straight over into telling women what they need to possibly do to look at other women how they treat their husbands. That's a possibility, but you got to tell people how to get a husband. And that's the problem that seems to be happening so often here is acquiring a man that wants to marry, becoming a man's wife.
But would you agree there's stages to that?
I agree that the distinction you're trying to make doesn't matter. You ladies like to be right. And the thing is, obviously there's stages, ma'am. You don't just go from driving down the street and to being a wife and pregnant, obviously. But is obvious. This is what I mean. We have, and especially in our generation, Generation X, there is a massive breakdown of communication between the men and women. We are the ones that took the brunt of this. And I feel the sorriest for Generation X Black women, because I think when the stats come out, it's going to be 1 in 4 will marry. I think it's going to be closer to 1 in 6.
I think you're actually correct. I
Yeah,
do.
and
I don't actually disagree with you, Kevin. I hope you don't get that.
No, I didn't. No, I'm not saying
I
you
guess my
disagree.
point is really is as a single Black woman, 40, unmarried, no children. I get everything you're saying.
I'm glad, but you still can't overtalk me. And this is what I'm trying to get. Even when you like Black men, you still don't. It's hard for them to just turn it off and like, hey, I'm still gonna come through and hey. All right. Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna wrap this up because it's kind of getting a little bit long, and I feel bad for a lot of women because it's like, well, at least men can choose to do something different and have a different outcome. Women, after your prime years are gone, I mean, you can't go get those back. I would say this, that sisters, a lot of you need to learn how to speak softer and more feminine. It's not uncommon for women to get on my show and y'all sound like y'all about to belt out a solo at church. Hey, what's going on? I'm like, God damn, you have feminine octaves. Use the feminine octaves and drop your volume about 80%. If you learn a different outcome, but if you don't, okay. Okay, we'll try this. First, have their camera on. Go ahead and unmute yourself. Hello? I can't hear you. Hello? You got to say something. Rossetti, hello? Okay, she's not speaking. So, all right, here's what we come down to. You know, we're going to have part 2 to this because I've noticed, and other people have noticed, that there are so many young women under the age of 24, 25 and under, you know, straight out of college or, you know, in college. So many women are so angry. I'm like, and here's the phenomenon. So many women who have little to no real world relationship experience, but they're angry like a 50-year-old spinster. How is that possible? And one of the ways it's possible is the women that were lied to, these women who bought into all this propaganda, raise these women. They're these women's aunties. And there's not an insignificant amount of women that are sitting around online, whether here or on Facebook and in popular media, parroting this poison. And you're poisoning another generation. So you don't have to like me, but you do have to sit back and say, is what I'm doing helping people get what they want? And if you can honestly sit back and say, this stuff was poison and I'm passing on the poison. But see, it's difficult, young ladies, for older women to stop this because you are their competition. They can know it, but to tell you who still has your youth, your womb, your fertility, and give you an unfair market advantage over them who was older, part of them is like, I can't do that because you might win and they won't. Me, I'm telling you what the men want. I can't fix that you were lied to by Cosmopolitan and the women's movement. And I can't fix that. No one can. So I said the other day on that whole Dying Alone broadcast, if you want a different outcome, ladies, it is time to get selfish and singularly focused on forget the woman to the left and to the right of you, or right and to the left of you. It's time to start taking these folks out. All right, so somebody says iPad has. All right, I'll try one more before we get up out of here. Do 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 do. Hello. Hi, your first name. What do you got for me? Well, what's your disagreement?
It's just a comment. I just want to say that you talk about how you keep comparing um, pretty much old school women to modern women, and the times have changed.
So what?
Um,
No, no,
the
no,
mo-
no. Let me explain something to you. Times may have changed, but women still want men to be traditional and pay bills.
I believe some women
No,
do,
ma'am,
but
if
I
you
believe
watch my show from May to today, go back and listen to show after show after show after show. You will hear women across the board saying they. I said it in the video. Of over 700 women who've called into my show, 3 have said they didn't want a man who could pay all the bills. 3.
okay. Um, I I'm just saying. I just wanted to say that personally, from what I've seen, I believe most women would want a partnership. And the problem is that a lot of
Okay.
times
A
that,
partnership, what does that mean? Meaning split the bills 50-50, 60-40?
yes, I think a lot of
Okay,
women,
how old are you?
I'm 36.
All right. Um, ma'am, have you ever been married?
No, I'm engaged.
Okay. Um, I would say that maybe that works for you, but I have an entire catalog of women, hundreds of women, and I've taken polls of thousands. And ma'am, women today are modern, but they still want traditional valued men. They don't want 50-50.
That's where I'm sorry, Kevin.
You can
That's just
disagree,
where I
ma'am. You can,
disagree
but
with
where's the
that.
data? But where's the okay, ma'am? You can have an opinion, but where's the data that backs it up? Where are the numbers that can be independently verified to where just don't give me your opinion. Give me where you getting your data from.
Hmm. I'm pretty much getting my data off people that I come in contact with,
Anecdotal
and I
experience and
believe,
and listen, then ma'am, if that's good enough for you, my anecdotal experience plus my data and the videos and everything you can watch is hundreds of times more than yours. So based upon the way you make your opinion, you should switch to what I'm saying based upon your own anecdotal thought process. Mine is bigger than yours, longer, and verifiable. Why is that so hard for you to accept? That maybe what he's saying is more right than not.
I'm just I'm sorry. I just can't.
There you go. Thank
I
you.
can't.
Hey, homeboy. Whoever who's marrying her,
But
get a prenup. Get a prenup, homie.
um,
Shame, insults, guilt, and the need to be right.
no,
Anecdotal experience doesn't matter. That's why I did it that way. What is your experience?
when I'm
No,
stating.
yeah. Anecdotal is good enough. The few people I know, they want it this way. And that woman's in her mid 30s. These young ladies, stop listening to women and start listening to men. Again, this is a woman who, when asked, like, ma'am, here are the data sets, here are the videos, here's the information, here's what's been said. All right, well, tell me what you're doing. Well, it's the people I know. Okay, well, the people I know are more. Mine are bigger, mine this. Mine should be bigger than yours. I got the high joker. You got a 2 of spades. I should still be able to cut that book with this 2. It don't matter what the rules are. Nope. No, thank you. In freaking sane. She was being polite. You can be polite, but that being polite and being obstinate or stubborn is still wrong. If you're not willing, I don't care how polite you are. A smart person is willing to accept new information even if it counters their assumptions. It is not smart to sit back and say there's new information that verifiably counters, undercuts, undermines, makes my point wrong, irrelevant, erroneous. Doesn't mean you're a bad person, but if you're still going to sit back and say, 2 plus 2 is 5, I don't care what you say, I got no use for that. That's silly. Absolutely silly. So anyway, I got to get up out of here. Show has been great. Go back and watch. The video links will be in the description to the full video from the Cosmopolitan lady and the other video, all fair use. Ladies, at the end of the day, I'm saying that women in the West were sold a story. And that's just one. That's just one writer telling one YouTube personality what she did. There were hundreds of these women. She stopped writing in the 80s. These things are still being said. This has been going on for decades. Decades. And unfortunately, women today are paying the price. So I don't know what you want to do about it, ladies, but I would say take in new information if it can help you. And if you don't think the information can help you, cool. Get the outcomes you want. As long as you can get the outcomes you want and you're happy with the outcomes you get, that's a good thing. Till next time, peace. We are gone. Big Shirley.
I cannot say what's wrong or right.
It ain't happening. No. Don't matter.
It's not hard to fool me. No. 'Cause I'm addicted to the good life.
The catch. The prize. Dropping Sunday. First rounders will be dropping Monday. Sunday.
I follow to the edge of it all. To the edge of it all. So tell your good lies. 'Cause I'll buy no matter what. Yeah. Susceptible now. Before the moment flies. So tell your good lies. 'Cause I'll buy no matter what. Susceptible now. Before the moment flies. It's not a problem. No. 'Cause I know what I'm getting into. Yes. Yeah. Nothing can stop me. No. 'Cause I'm addicted to what you and I realize. Lead the way. I follow. No need to say where we are heading now, babe. I follow to the edge of it all. So tell your good lies. 'Cause I'll buy no matter what. try to stop it by escaping it. This game has lost its fun. Run me out, take me down. Hey, I'm dead to escape. Fall out in another space. So I stay. Oh, here we go. It's overflow. I don't really know what's on, 'cause I'm a restless soul. Oh, here we go. It's overflow. I don't know where to go. Yeah, I'm a homeless soul. I don't wanna fall back down, 'cause I already touched the ground. So please hear me. Oh, here we go. And it's overflow. I don't really know what's on, 'cause I'm a restless soul. Oh, here we go. And it's overflow. I don't know where to go. Yeah, I'm a homeless soul. Oh, here we go. And it's overflow. I don't really know what's on, 'cause I'm a restless soul. Oh, here we go. And it's overflow. I don't know where to go. Yeah, I'm a homeless soul.
just met you, but you look. Oh, girl, you blow my mind. I know what I would like to do, but you just keep on talking. I see your dog needs walking. Your folk drive you insane. I know, yeah, that's true. Of course, you ain't the one to blame. Keep on talking to me. You keep on telling me your dreams. You keep on talking to me, but I just wanna see you move. Yeah, I just wanna see you move. short for yapping. Come on and dance, come give me soul. You keep on talking to me. You keep on talking to me. You keep on talking. You keep on talking to me. You keep on telling me your dreams. You keep on talking, but I just wanna see you move. I just wanna see you move. I just wanna see you move.
What's going on? What's going on? We are back. Shout out to the CIA. One love to the FBI, you feminine and beautiful, inspirational ladies out there. Yeah. You know how we do. In the chat room, I need your age. I need your city and your gender. Let's get it. Come on. New shoes, new shoes. Let's get it, ladies. Get it going, gentlemen.
It's not a problem, no. 'Cause I know what I'm getting into. Yes. Yeah. And nothing can stop me. No. 'Cause I'm addicted to what you and I realize. Lead the way. I follow. No need to say. Where we are heading now, babe. I follow to the edge of it all. So tell your good night. 'Cause I'll find no matter what. Yeah. Susceptible now. Before the moment flies. Before it flies. So tell your good night. 'Cause I'll find no matter what.
Fine, no matter what. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. What's going on? What's going on? What's going on, people? Godfather is back in the house, and the house is packed. How we doing tonight? Shout out to all the women, all the men I say who are CIA. Those men are confident. Those men are intelligent. Those men are more than anything else. They are assertive. Nothing happens in this world if you don't do nothing about it. And one love to the women I call FBI. Feminine, beautiful, and all important. Inspirational. Let's go to the James Bond case. Yeah, everything you do it with a little flair. So when I'm traveling, this is what I carry my eyewear in. You want to see? It's a nice case. Jacques Marie Marge. And it's what I decide to, what glasses I decide I want to wear on a particular day. I like those. I like those. I like those. I think we'll do those tonight. I feel like being on that party and bullshit kind of thing tonight. Tonight we'll wear this color is called Grand Reserve. In a fraternity, we call it Crimson. And yeah, so when I'm on the road, I take 4 opticals and 2 pair of sunglasses. Woo! So yeah, get your frame game up, gentlemen. Frames, fragrance, and footwear are things that once you get them right, you can stop a whole lot of back and forth foolishness. Shut stuff down with your work. Fragrance of the day. A Kevin Samuels classic. Bond number 9, New York Oud. This fragrance is outright magic. Back to the beginnings of my business, I wear this fragrance when I just absolutely positively have to kill the game. That's this. On my channel right now, there's an interview. I'm being interviewed on my local Fox affiliate, and I'm wearing that fragrance. And I could tell that even the lady interviewing me was having a hard time focusing, and she just had to give up the ghost at the end of the interview. She's like, I got to ask you, what are you wearing? You smell so good. It was that. Yeah. Bond number 9, New York Oud. And for shits and giggles, throw a little molecule or one in there just to make it do what it do. So, how's everybody doing tonight? Last night was a rip-roaring show. And tonight's going to be even better. I'm getting ready to flute out to Miami. Getting ready to fly out to Miami and do remotes from there this week. Changing up the pocket square. Let's see. What do you think? Pocket square? Should I stick with the white or should we go with the black and gray? We'll try it later on. Let's get on with the show. Yeah, image matters that much to me. And you know what? Based upon some of the reactions we've seen from this twerk gate, it needs to start mattering a whole lot more to a lot of people. I'm glad that I'm starting to see more people out there supporting the owner and not shifting accountability and blame. And I wanted to even ask tonight, do we want to do part 2 of that show or do we want to move on to the next show? Because I said what I had to say about it. We took 18 calls last night, and I think I'm pretty much done with the topic. I want to go, but if you guys want to still talk about, Twerkgate, I don't know what else can be said. I know some folks feel like they want to, say their 2 cents about it, but I think it's pretty much done. But if you want to talk about it, put a 1 in the chat room, or 2 is the subject. Do modern women want to submit to men? And when I say men, I don't just mean men in general. I mean those productive, competitive, successful men. I mean those high value men. I mean the men that you ladies say you want. Do you modern women really want to submit to them? Because let's be real, without a shadow of doubt, I think we all understand that modern women want a high value lifestyle, a lifestyle that 99% of you cannot afford to give yourself. Number 1. Number 2, those same women still want to have children and not have to work to pay significant bills. That is a lucky life in this country when 72% of mothers have to work full or part-time. But it's always been asked, well, what do you expect to have to give to get that kind of thing? And so many women are just kind of like, well, what I bring to the table, I bring me to the table. Nope. We're going to start defining the conversation much better. And the question really becomes, look down in the description of the video. Let me open another window real quick. The question becomes, all right, I get you want what you want. I understand that. I get that you want what you want. I understand that. But as we're in this whole reclamation thing, reclaiming relationships, the gender war is over. It's time to negotiate the peace. And I've been asking this question for the last 2 to 3 weeks. What needs to happen for you as a woman to happily submit to the authority of a man? In particular, black woman to a black man. What has to happen in order for you, one person, to submit to the authority, happily submit to the authority of a black man? And I also asked another question of the day because I want to build upon this thought. Why is it the young black women seemingly are so susceptible to this thing called feminism or womanism? Susceptible, likely or liable to be influenced or harmed by a particular thing. It amazes me how many, hold on. It amazes me how many black women I speak with who, before age of 25, readily identify, damn it, as a feminist or a former feminist. I honestly thought that most women identified with feminism because of so many black women being feminists. When I was a younger man, I thought most women were like this. I thought that's what it was. And the question is, why is it that so many young black women fall? And we need to make the distinction between feminism, which tends to have a negative connotation, or this new thing, womanist. Womanism. Take care of yourself, girl. Do for yourself, girl. Why is it that so many young black women fall susceptible to this between the ages of 16 and 23? Right as you're entering your prime years. Food for thought. Think about it. But as we continue to move on, understand something. If the engagement rate, that means the likes, dislikes, whatever, don't stay over 50%, you know what's going to happen. You're going to hear this song. And if you don't want to hear that song, you better get it up. Like right now, we should already have 1,250 likes. So, I mean, we should already be over 1,250. We should be over 1,250 because we got 2,500 people in here. So when I look over here, if I don't see the likes up, I'm going to just click to the song, boop, and you'll hear it. I don't want to wear this tie clip. It's restricting. So let's get on to the topic. Modern women. You PhDs.
I'm a PhD.
I'm a PhD. You doggy moms. You college graduate, big city living, BMW driving, condo living, brunch, girlfriends brunch on Sundays, girlfriend trips to Vegas, hot girl summer. You modern women, women who in your prime years between age 21 and 29, you have chosen to focus on yourself. I'm gonna focus on me. I'm going to do me. All right. And enjoy your 20s. Your 20s are for you. Presumably thinking you into your 30s, you can just decide to do a complete 180 and go find a high value man and become a wife that you were never really trained to be, and then be and want a traditional lifestyle. But the question is, if you were, if your godfather could do, if your godfather, if I could just say, all right, grant you 3 wishes. If I could do that and snap my fingers, and in front of you is your dream guy, your Boaz, your whoever, Mr. High Value, Mr. Productive, Competitive, Successful, Mr. Everything, Mr. I want to work and take care of you, and I'll never cheat on you. But are you ready to submit to his authority completely? Meaning, your input is given, but the decisions are his. He's paying the cost to be the boss, and it is his word. Not you're a co-pilot. You're a vice president. You're not a co-pilot. Vice presidents, no one cares what vice presidents go or what vice presidents have to say. The vice president is only important if the president if the president dies in office. Are you really ready to submit to the authority of your high value, your man, before you become his wife? See, I know the tricks. A lot of you ladies. Oh yeah, I know I'm ready to submit. Yeah, but are you ready to do it before you get the wedding ring? See, you can't say I'll do all this stuff after you marry me. No, 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 no. Are you ready to? If that's your thinking, you're not ready. If you're looking for ways to wiggle out of it, get in the gray areas, deflect, you're not ready. You don't want to do it. And that's fine. Let's just be honest. Are you ready to submit? And here's the thing. If not, cool. What has to happen, ladies, for each one of you individually? What has to happen for you to be happy and ready to happily submit to the authority of one man? Why did it come up? Last night I had a call with a woman out of Los Angeles. Her name is Ashley, and I'm going to just let it play because in the conversation, I'm talking to a woman who hit a lot of points that I want to discuss this week. One, let me say this to women in general, black women in particular. Black women, Ashley, you are not victims. Black women, you are not a special victim. You got to give up this victim complex. It gets you nowhere. Number one, you're not a victim. Number two, you damn sure not a special victim. Three, the world does not owe you understanding. Number four, it's competitive out here. It's blood sport. Number five, what are you prepared to do? The line from Untouchables when Sean Connery gets shot and Kevin Costner is leaning over him as he's dying. He's telling him the bookkeeper's on the train headed to Miami. And his last words as he's dying, what are you prepared to do? Women, what are you prepared to do to get what it is you say you want? Let's listen to what happened with me and Ashley. And I'm going to give my commentary and then we'll get on with the rest of the show. Let's get it. The story. What do you got for me, Ashley?
You know what? I watched you a couple of times. I had to hurry in from working out to call because I wanted to disagree with you, but on this topic, I don't at all.
You wanted to disagree. She's like, I was waiting to call in to argue with you.
No, on many other topics, I do disagree with you, but on this one, I completely agree. And if I was at that restaurant, I would be a woman that would stand up and say something because it hurts every part of my body to see Black women.
Can you imagine I'm sitting over there eating a steak and you eating some chicken. The next thing you know, somebody's twerking next to us. I mean, for real?
No, I couldn't imagine.
All
and
right,
I don't think I put myself in a position to be in restaurants like that.
Shout out to Cordell Nelson. Love your work. Continue to preach and teach. Thank you, fam.
But if I did see that, if it did occur, I would say something.
What's crazy is though it was downtown Dallas, so it really shouldn't be like that because downtown Dallas is expensive. But since you got me, what are some things you disagree with me on?
Well, staying on what you were talking about today, I will disagree with you on this approach. And as a Black woman, how you approached that woman at the mall, there were so many ways you could do it for a Black man to come up to a Black woman. Like, you're too beautiful for me to see you dead. People are dying. Put that mask up, girl. I want to see you alive. There's just so many ways you could have said it to say, that girl probably wasn't called beautiful that whole day. But it was something that you said, I care about you, I see you, I want you alive. Look how you looking out here. You look ridiculous, but I'm gonna say it with love. And I think that is the most important.
Did you hear? Did you hear that? Okay, I didn't approach her in a rude way.
No. I didn't say you
Hold
did
on, listen.
approach her in a rude way.
Okay, but one of the young ladies was like late teens.
Yeah.
Would have been inappropriate for me to get all kind of like that. And see, here's the thing. Even if I say what you're saying,
Yeah.
I should not have to go that far when I can just approach her as a grown black man and being professional. I should not have to. Let me. Now, I want you to notice how many times in this conversation I'm being asked to give beyond the benefit of the doubt to a black woman because of her struggles, her position. This is the same thing that happened in the restaurant. That man was everything. Well, he played the music. It's our culture. It's this or that. Off rip, you're expecting black men to kowtow to you. If this is how you think, you are not fit to submit to a man. Who can submit to a man who has to kowtow? Think about this. Think about what would happen. A man that would have to go around submitting to black women he's not with, kowtowing to women he's not with, and you'd have to submit to him? Makes no sense. Explain, I should not have to kiss her butt to get her to do what she knew to be right.
Correct.
I wasn't rude. I was like, hey, maybe you don't know people, because she was making people uncomfortable.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
So my question to you, Ashley, is why is it that you ladies like yourself think a brother like myself should have to go over and beyond when she's not even willing to live up to the minimum standard set by society? I shouldn't have to do this every night. Every night I have to ask you folks to hit the like button. Every night. Likes are free. All right.
So
I shouldn't have to keep asking you guys this.
Without me.
But we have 3,200 people in here watching. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, let's see. 3,200 guys, keep the likes up. I'm going to say this to you ladies who believe like Ashley. I'm sorry. Black men should not have to kiss your butt to get you to act right. Matter of fact, we need more black men checking you. What Kevin Kelly, the owner of the restaurant, did, whether you like his word choice or not, the sentiment was correct. You're the only group of women who feel as though your men who you want to lead, who you say you want to lead, can't tell you nothing. And that problem is because, well, let's get into the rest of this conversation. You'll see.
To comply. There's so many times I find myself in situations with Black women where I feel there's so much aggression, so much anger that it almost makes me want to retaliate that way and react with that kind of emotion. But I have to understand her life isn't my life. And in some degree, I can understand that where she's coming from. I mean, if you just sit back and realize, what the Black woman has to endure.
What does the Black woman have to endure? I'm serious. What does the modern black woman have to endure? I'm not joking. Guys, I don't want any man to type in the chat room. 30 seconds from now, ladies, I really want you ladies to write in the chat room what the modern black woman has to endure that is so backbreaking that people are supposed to approach you and just, "Ah, ma, let me let me let me shoulder that burden for you." What is it? Make it simple, make it plain. Guys, I don't want to see anything from the men. I said what I said, dude. If I see something from the men, I'm gonna time you out. So, all right. I already see one person is gonna get timed out. I've yet to see what you ladies are saying that you have to endure. You ain't picked a bale of cotton. You ain't sat on the back of nobody's bus. You're the freest, most independent, most liberated group of women that ever walked the planet. Yet you have to endure what? Ashley, if you're listening, I want to hear what black women have to endure so much that her and us are supposed to walk around with a heightened sense of awareness to lighten her load. Again, she asked me to walk up to this woman and say, "Hey, Ma, you look beautiful. Put your mask on, would you? I want to see you live." What the French toast? I don't think that she understood how insane that sounded.
And you
But
always talk about stats. Let's talk about stats. And
hold on,
how,
but let me before you do that,
yeah, yeah.
Earlier today, I was listening to Brie Larson. She played Captain Marvel. Are you familiar?
Okay.
Okay.
Hmm.
Brie Larson gets run across the coals by other actors because people don't like her. And I was listening to a channel called Charisma on Command, and
Hmm.
they were going over an interview Brie Larson had with a magazine called Wired. And the problems Brie Larson was having is because a simple question would be asked, and she would take it and assume it was negative and then respond.
Okay.
That's where I feel like a lot of black women like yourself come from. Taking a neutral, that point needs to be listened to. This is why I always talk about good faith. If you are finding yourself always upset and on the defensive, you can read a lot into an innocent question. Go back and look at that interview with Brie Larson and see what I'm talking about. Does Brie Larson work out? That was the question that was asked. What is that? An insult? What are you trying to say? I look fat? That's what this woman said. Why would you go there? True thing and automatically assuming bad intent.
Of course, of course, of course.
But see that's not of course. And in her mind, yes, a bad intent. Of course, we're going to assume a bad intent. I'm sorry, Ashley, black women who think like her. Why? I don't see what it is that you have to endure in your oppression, your subjugation. And then I know who this woman is. You didn't see her on the camera, but I did. Tall, thin, uh, attractive dancer. I'm like, what's I don't get it. You're not a victim. Guys, we're also gonna need one, two, three. Right now, we're gonna need at least 10 more people to throw something in there because we're gonna get into this. That is a mental defect in my opinion. Hit the dollar, hit the super chat. Let's get it. Bad intent upon everyone and not include yourself.
No, but when I'm talking about a black woman. Look, I don't have that type of anger. I wasn't raised with that. I never saw that. So it's not in me to be like that. But it is in me to be sympathetic that every Black woman didn't have the opportunities that I had, didn't have a two-family home, didn't come in a higher middle class area, was stripped down to feeling that my life is only what I see, and that's impoverished. That's my.
Let me say this also. Many of you modern, successful Black women have what I think what is called survivor's guilt. Knock it off. Trying to take on, if you're a modern, middle class, successful Black woman, stop trying to take on the burdens of the people who you don't know. You sound crazy and disingenuous. Survivor's guilt. Well, I had a two-parent household, and I went here, such and so forth. So I've had it easier than her. Then keep moving. But you don't go over there to try to. What do you want to do? You think your parents, your family put you in a position so you're supposed to go back to go through mud and traps and holes that you were afforded to not have to go through? There is no nobility in poverty. And we have this whole Jesus Christ struggle Olympics to where we try to make life so hard. And you know, one of the reasons I see a lot of you women doing this is because you don't have a man. You're busybodies with no time, so you find shit to occupy your time, and anything will do. Which is why you see so many of these women twerking in restaurants. You're attention seeking because you have nothing. I'm tying it all together. I always do. 3 out of 4 of you are unmarried and busybodies, meaning you are not getting attention from your man, husband, like most women would be at your age.
I'm not working a job that sustains
Well,
her
now
family.
understand, Ashley, we're in the most affluent mall in Atlanta, in the most affluent store. We're not in the hood.
You're not in the hood, but now
But my point.
it's the access for
But
me now.
listen.
Yeah.
When white people came over to address them, they got a completely different energy than when a brother who's anybody who's ever met me will tell you he's what you see on camera. He's a nice guy.
Yeah.
I was shocked at how nice he was in a suit. I don't roll up on people calling them bitches and hoes and check. But I will give back to you what you give back to me if you give me something that I did not deserve. But the way that these two young sisters responded to a man old enough to be their father, then you had a white woman and a white man come over and get the master treatment.
And there you go. You just said it. You just said your answer right there.
But that's their answer. It's not my problem.
But the answer to your question is, why is a white person getting this treatment and a Black man in a suit is getting this treatment?
But that's why I said it's a mental defect, and that's
exactly.
But the accountability is on who? See what you
it is on.
See, we're on the same page, except for when you told me the way I approached her. That means that's where I can never go with you. That still is me having to go extra over when somebody knows they have issues.
Now, that's true, and I can understand your point on that and who wants to do a little bit extra, but there is no negative to doing a little extra. There is no.
Listen to what this Black woman just told me. I understand where you're coming from. No one wants to do a little extra, but there's no negative in doing a little extra. Black men, how much extra do you feel like you get from the average black men? How much extra do you feel like you get from the average rank and file sister? If you feel like you get extra from the average rank and file Black woman, type 100 in the chat room. Because according to Ashley, there's no harm in doing a little extra. So that means sisters shouldn't really have a problem doing a little extra, especially for their Black men. But you know, it's funny. Nicole Michelle of the Inner Beauty Movement caught a lot of heat and flack 2 years ago when she just simply asked Black women to simply smile at every Black man they saw one day. She got roasted for months. Just asking Black women to just smile. But this woman is telling me that brothers should just be more empathetic and sympathetic and try to understand the struggles that they're going through and do extra. All right. Then what are we getting back? What are we getting in return?
Negative negative of changing your speech for
Well,
that.
but
For you to get the
where do
outcome
you
that
live?
you
Where do
wanted.
you live? Where do you live?
I live in downtown LA.
Okay. Uh, I live in Atlanta, and I was just in LA. I walk around like this every day. I don't. Do you see this every day in LA? I didn't.
In a suit. No,
Yeah. No. Let
no.
me go ahead and show you. Do you see this every day?
I don't see this every day, no.
No. So this is already good enough to get all the benefit of the mother sucking doubt.
You're right. You look great and you look
So,
presentable.
and if I approach you in a civil way,
Yeah.
already dressed above and beyond, I should not get anything other than the minimum you would give to a white person.
But don't you think with the mentality of a young woman, like you said, you may look as dapper as you do, but you're still an N-word in a suit. Just like they
But
say.
again, I'm not talking to a 14-year-old. These women were adults, and that's their problem.
That is true, and I agree.
That's why I said, okay, so ultimately, what are you trying to get me to understand?
That you're asking someone to have mental capabilities that they're not apt to have.
Well, this is what I'm asking. I'm asking someone. See, when they start using a bunch of big words, this is when the deception starts. This is when the bullshit starts. You're asking someone to have mental capabilities that they're not apt to have. In other words, what? You asking them to be more than they are. You asking them to be grown-ups. You asking them to be mature, adults. She couldn't say it that way. Yeah, I'm asking you to be a damn adult. What I'm asking is the women who claim to be the strongest, most educated, don't need no man, to be the equals they say they are, and be the adults they claim to be.
And she has to be in that position and in that realm and in that box at a young 20. You said early 20s, late teens.
But it's at this. Listen to all the excuses, all the special conditions, all the benefit of the doubt we're expected to give. But is it coming back the other way? And why is this important, ladies? Well, how do women who move through the world like this woman and the women I'm talking about ever expect to get to a position to work and cooperate with a man? That's just cooperate. Cooperating ain't submitting. You want to continue to keep, well, anyway, let's go. Age where many black women fall into this feminism, womanism. I don't need no man. I'm good. I'm independent, scrubs and everything. All right, cool. But then be that. See, what she should have done is come into Neiman Marcus that already requires you to have a mask on when you come in. They had to take their mask off. You can't go into the store. They have security at the door. Security says, here's a mask, here's hand sanitizer. When you go through the door, they make you pull them up. The young black men all pull them up, even the ones who don't want to. But it's the black women who walk around saying, fuck your couch. Why is it the young black women are being more aggressive towards authority than even men? I'll tell you why, Ashley. Because they ain't getting their ass whooped. They ain't out here getting shot.
I think being a black man, and I never had a man in my household, or I never had a male teacher. All the people that had authority over me was my black mother. I'm not saying me, I'm saying black women. But my black mother, when I went to school, it was white men, it was white women. When I went to the hospital who took care of me, it was white doctors. And when I called for help, it was a white man, a police officer. So when a black man comes up to me, and when I say me, I'm continuing to say a black woman in this mentality. She doesn't see you as authority. She sees you as someone provoking her. She sees you as the daddy that left. She sees you as someone I don't have to respect.
And this is the thing. You heard all that crap? Well, then fine. Let's take it. That's true. Then this is what women like. Here's what women like. Ashley, if that's the case, then women like the ones you're referring to, that's all they get in life. Buy a dog. Because if every black man becomes I don't understand the logical jump from I didn't see any men growing up to I see a black man in a suit and he's provoking me. I want you guys to listen to that again and accept that.
And this mentality. She's a black mother. I'm not saying me, I'm saying black women. But my black mother, when I went to school, it was white men, it was white women. When I went to the hospital who took care of me, it was white doctors. And when I called for help, it was a white man, a police officer. So when a black man comes up to me, and when I say me, I'm continuing to say a black woman in this mentality. She doesn't see you as authority. She sees you as someone provoking her. She sees you as the dad.
If you never saw a black man, why would a black man coming up to you, speaking to you the way anyone else is speaking to you in a polite way, be provoking you? Did you guys get that? You're trying to paint a picture where I didn't see black male authority my entire life. So when I see a black man that looks like authority, instead of recognizing what authority looks like and saying, oh, Hispanic male, Asian male, Middle Eastern male, white male, managers, police officer, firefighter, president, all authority. Black man, just like them, authority too. No. You see a black man and your first response is to go all the way to the negative? That made sense to her. No. That's that mental defect I'm talking about. Always presuming negative when it comes to a black man, even when there's no evidence when there's no evidence to prove that.
And that left, she sees you as someone I don't have to respect.
And this is the thing, I can accept that.
So,
but
yes.
listen, but I can accept it, but I don't have to. I'm the world. I don't owe her understanding.
Correct.
She knows that she has an abnormal reaction to me, and it's on her. How about this? No different than if I had mommy issues and I looked at every black woman as the mother that hurt me. I could not walk around treating women as the mother that hurt me and get understanding from black women. Even if it was justified, you would still expect me to do something about it, no matter what age I was.
I don't agree. I wouldn't expect you. I'm trying to live my life with the understanding that everyone is not at the place that you are at.
Okay. Did you hear that shit? You wouldn't expect an adult to act like an adult. You just gonna walk up to an adult, and I'm trying to live my life with the understanding that each and every human being that I encounter is not had my experience. Then you would never get anything done. See, Ashley, and women who think like this, stop trying to paint black women as special victims and treat them like women who have a brain, who know the difference between right and wrong and know what they want. Because when you treat them like special victims, it absolves them from accountability. It's like claiming temporary insanity. Then they're not capable of signing a contract. It's when you claim some mental defect, then they're not responsible. See, what we continue to do is paint them in this position to where, well, they're not responsible. No, you're responsible. And let me say this other thing about I try to judge everybody individually. The human beings' brains are set up to recognize patterns and take shortcuts. You cannot judge each and every human being you interact with on a daily basis that critically. You would never get anything done. You have to understand and make judgments. And this is why image is so important, because it works in the subconscious. It works under the surface. It doesn't work in your front brain. It doesn't work right. It's working in the background. Like the apps on your phone, it works in the background. And see, this is this psychobabble that so many black people have heard, that we're not responsible, and give it the benefit of the doubt. No. You know right from wrong, and you know how to act. And why is this important? Because if the gender war is over, what are we going to do with these people? That's where we're going. What are we going to do with a group of women who she's going to tell you later on that these women are at the bottom. But she's going to tell you that no one wants these women. What are we going to do with a group of women who are at the bottom that nobody wants, that are completely unaccountable for their behavior, and we don't hold them to any standard? Who they going to pair with? Who they going to work with? Where they going to go? There ain't enough. So you wouldn't expect a man to
Yeah.
own his issues.
Oh no, I do expect a man to own his issues. I
Then
don't
I expect a
a
woman to
man
own her issues.
exactly, but I don't expect a man to own his issues that he does not see that they are there.
Well,
I don't think that young woman
how about this,
saw that.
Ashley? How about this? How
Yeah.
about this, Ashley?
Yes.
Whether she understands the issues, whether she's got the level of understanding or
Mhm.
breakthrough, what she does know is what she's doing is not working.
I agree. But if I
Then
know that what I'm doing is not working and I don't have an outlet of something that does work, if my friends are the same way, if my mother's the same way, if my aunt is the same way, if I go to my neighborhood and it's the same way, I don't have a clear understanding that why is she in Neiman's anyway? Did you see her with shopping
well,
bags?
hold on, hold on. Did you see how many she just this is another thing, verbal diarrhea and this is and I'm good at what I do because I can sift through this crap. 7 questions and then a redirect over to Neiman's. No, I'm still on the trail. You're not going to throw me off on this. It's still her responsibility. To answer somebody in the chat room, why aren't black men raising their daughters better? Ask the black mama. 80% of children in the black community are in single mother led households. You cannot blame the person who's not there for the product of, you cannot blame the person that's not there for the outcome. Again, you want better outcomes? Then instead of asking me this question, truth, whoever you are in the chat room, since you think black men should be raising their daughters better, then what you do is you go on a campaign to get custody given to the fathers. Hell, we might as well. We know what two-parent households yield. We had an 80% marital rate prior to 1965, and black people did pretty daggum okay. But post 1965, what do we have? What do we have? What do we have? And then we got 80% single mother led household. Well, let's try something different. Give custody to the fathers. Fathers fathers raise better children anyway because fathers go discipline and structure first, not nurture. Hold on. See, what you just said is a bunch of, if I don't have a clear understanding of my mama, my auntie, but the fact is she went over to Neiman's where stuff works. See, you can go and see where stuff works. Even if you go back to where stuff doesn't, you have a
You're
choice
right.
of where you are. See,
You're
where
right.
you're not going to ever get me to go is taking 100% accountability away from black women.
Not 100%. I don't agree. You're
Well,
right.
this is where we, no, you're 100. Moderators, when somebody puts something in the chat room you don't like, I need you to time them out. Don't remove them. Don't ban them. I need you to time them out. I ban people. Thank you, but you guys are getting too quick with the bans. When you time them out, I will see they've been timed out, and then I will determine whether or not they should be banned. 100% accountable.
But you said take it away 100. You're right. Everyone's 100% accountable for where they're at.
Exactly.
But you have to.
Are you familiar with Shahrazad Ali?
No.
Back in the late 80s, early 90s, a black woman by the name of Shahrazad Ali wrote a controversial man, Asian men, Hispanic men, the only person in this country who has never had her behavior analyzed as the black woman. And she caught so much hell because she was just asking black women to sit back and understand that you are running your men away for with your mouth, your this, your that. I challenge all ladies to go back and look at this period of time because while I'm hearing what you're saying, ma'am, I really am.
Yeah.
The net of it is black women are not winning. They are not getting what they say they want, and it is and human nature. We are problem solvers. We stop doing what doesn't work. Black women continue to dig. What was she going to gain from talking shit to me? She assumed that I was not going to knock the furniture out of her mouth. That's why she said what she said.
Right.
See, that's the problem. Black women are far removed from any consequences of their own actions, to where they can stand up on a couch in $1 million restaurant and feel like the owner was wrong. It doesn't take psychoanalytics to know that you're going to get a bad outcome when you don't have consequences. Hey, Dumb and Pink, call in. Since you think my logic about single, see, you can't say my logic is trash. Logic is or is not true. See, I want you to understand. There's a black woman who says logic is trash. It's not Kevin's logic, it's logic. Logic is the same whether or not your trashy ass says it or I say it. But only trashy people try to make something that's not subjective be subjective to their foolish feelings. So you get your big ass on the phone when I open the call lines, since you want to get down in the comment section and show your ass.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I'm gonna take a look at that book because I really
you should check it
trying
out.
to see your mentality on this because I do want to hold and I do hold, black women accountable for what they do. I just feel like being the lowest, and black women are the lowest on the pole. No one wants a black woman. No one, we disregard black women's emotions.
Why do you think that is?
Why do I think that is? Why do I think that is?
Now, I want you to understand. She came in thundering. Black women are the lowest. We're the lowest on the totem pole. Don't nobody want a black woman. We're totally disregarded. All this frontal assault, and then asked one simple question. Okay, but why? See, Ashley, and women who think like you womanist, you feminist, you lean so heavily on the victim narrative. And I'm sorry, that just will not work for building anything. You cannot build couples, families, communities, anything with one group perpetually being a victim. Saying a statement of fact, you're at the bottom. Don't nobody want you. Right. But see, the way the victim narrative is, it's nobody wants us and it's not fair. They don't want us because they don't know us. They don't want us because they don't understand us. They don't want us, but the reason we're at the bottom is not our fault. The reason why 80% of children are born out of wedlock in the black community is not a black woman's fault. It's not a woman's fault. The reason 80% of our women are overweight is not our fault. All right, well, okay, then whose fault is it? Whose responsibility is it? Well, it's the government. It's the high fructose corn syrup. It's everyone else. Okay, but how do you build anything with somebody that's always going to say, that's why when I call that silly woman coming in talking about logic on this is trash. I'm sorry, if you're a baby mama, you chose, no child gets born in 2020 that was not wanted. A mother chose to have their child. 33 forms of birth control prior to conception. Multiple ways of dealing with the child post pregnancy. Heck, women can even go drop. Women can actually just give a kid up, and no one says anything. And see, I look at women who come in here saying this is trash, that's trash. What's trash is you're mad because you're in a situation that you chose to be in. Marry before you carry, and you wouldn't have to worry about what somebody says about a single mother or baby mama or whatever. See, my mother had me out of wedlock, but what she never tried to do was she never tried to act like it wasn't her responsibility. She never tried to run around playing the victim. Why do you what reasons do you hear from black men as to why they don't want to deal with black women?
So I think the majority that you hear are their attitude and their inability to cooperate, and their aggression.
Mm-hmm. So, and also the weight. So
You do
the
point that out. I
attitude.
agree with you on that as well. You
So
do
the
make it.
attitude. So the attitude.
Yes,
If you've ever worked with a black woman, you know that when she goes to work, she can get her attitude under control when her paycheck's on the line.
correct.
So it is something that she can choose to control.
Correct.
Um, the inability to cooperate is an extension. Let me say something too. Any woman that comes in my chat room talk about my brother, my friend, I know men who like women with meat on their bones. I'm timing you out. Enough of that bullshit. You guys put this meat on their bones to justify being overweight, obese, and morbidly obese. Not in this chat room, you won't. Women should not weigh more than men. And if you can't get around that, go somewhere else. But we had enough of this calling it thick and fat and curvy and voluptuous. When a woman is 5'8" and 210 pounds, the size of an NFL running back, don't tell me about meat on their bones. Moderators, if you see a woman coming here talking that shit, time them out. You cannot say what you want in my. This is a benevolent dictatorship. This is not a democracy. I am tired of hearing the same bull crap. If you want to talk that bull crap, go over to somebody else's channel who will coddle that and let it slide. Over here, we deal with trying to make something work. Men do not want women that weigh more than you. And if your brother likes women with a little meat on your bones, you notice the one thing she did not say is she didn't say his wife had meat on her bones. Of attitude. They're, masculine, all that other kind of stuff. And then weight. Weight is you go back from 1980, 1990 on back, you didn't see 300-pound black women. Everything that you have mentioned is 100% under the control of said black women. And black men have been saying it's your attitude, your inability to cooperate, and your size. And what have we gotten? They've gotten more of the same. We got to the point to where women like Lizzo say,
Yeah, I hate when you keep mentioning her. I don't agree with
but I
you.
use her because she's an avatar. We got a woman the size of Lizzo who says she doesn't want to deal with any guys her size. She wants a guy to be fit with a six-pack.
Right. And not right. And unfortunately, that's an example that out of all the beautiful black women, black singers, and black actresses that could be a staple and push to the front, they're going to push a narrative that we're all big, loud.
Who's they, Ashley? Again, who's they? They're going to push a narrative. Black women control media. Black women control their own image. Essence, Ebony, Matter Noir. There is black female media. Oprah Winfrey's own network. You ladies push Lizzo to the front. Don't act like it's the boogeyman white folks or no. But then when I said, well, here's the next part.
Obnoxious.
Well, then why can't Halle Berry keep a black man? Why can't Halle Berry or Lisa Ray, two beautiful black women, equally as single? Why can't they keep black men?
You tell me, why can't they?
Same thing. Halle Berry was the most beautiful person on the planet, and I know David Justice. David Justice. Her ex-husband. Halle Berry is a. Now, what I want you to notice the lack of introspection. Every time I ask her a question about black women, it's always, I don't know. You tell me. But yet she's but this feminist, womanist, you'll just defend. You openly defend black women, but when asked any questions about, well, why is it that way? Why are black women at the bottom? Since you said they're at the bottom, why can't Halle Berry or what's the other woman I said can't keep a man? Why? Oh, I never thought of it. I can't ask any questions that's gonna make women look bad. We're gonna put accountability on women, because that destroys my narrative. Because that means if I put accountability on them, the next thing is gonna come is cooperation. But as long as you can hang over here in the dysfunction, You never have to work about getting over here to the cooperation. See why this works is because this kind of shit is the gender war. This is the chaos that keeps on going on the gender war. And the gender war is over. That's why I'm talking about this. This kind of mindset is dead. Go away. Bye. It's over. The gender war is done. Came through, and black people realized that you at the bottom, black men and black women, and everybody else was sheltered in place with each other. Black men and black women were alone. You all realize now. Everybody, this year, 2020, has been a reset for what it means. It's over. Black women, black men, people want relationships. Now the question is, can you get one? And this gender war stuff to where you can continue to be in the chaos and never have to ask, that can keep you over here. See, while all this is going on, you never have to move on down. But see, the problem is, if this stops, if the war is over, and you actually got to say, okay, who are left? Because after the war is over, wars are fought by armies. Armies are put together by the people who go into the military, who go into the officers and things like that, who are career military. But when you have a major army, they draft people, and that comes from the citizenry, the population. In World War II, people who went to fight in the war were not all in the army. They were bakers and taxi drivers and plumbers and electricians and carpenters, you know, Saving Private Ryan, a school teacher. But they had to go fight in the war. But when the war was over, and this side had their casualties and that side had their casualties, and it was all over, the people who were left had to sit down at the table, negotiate the peace, and then go back to running a life in the country. See, there were people who wanted the war to continue because they can't live in peace. They can't live in normal. See, when the gender war is over, you're going to see a lot of this kind of mindset still by themselves. What in the shade room? Shout out to them. Put the stat up that marriages are up, divorces are down. Divorces at a 50-year low. Marriages at a 50-year high. That's outside the black community. Black people, black women, do you know how to be in a relationship with a black man? You know how to have sex with him. You know how to argue with him. But do you know how to cooperate with him? And see, that's why this chaos is so, that's why you get so much when it's to the fight. But over here, scares them because but over here, you can have a lot of women who have a reason for not having a man. I don't have a man because of the gender war. I don't have a man because we're in war and I got to stay on a war footing. What about peacetime? What's going to be the excuse for all the PhDs?
I'm a PhD.
And there ain't no more war, no more bullets. We don't need to make any more tanks and planes. We're making steel for buildings and things like that. Then you start seeing these same women still walking around. I'm like, well, why you still don't have a husband? Oh, it always makes sense. Ride with your godfather. Black women's attitude towards black men.
Well,
See,
where was her father?
you're saying you're at the bottom. But
Yes.
what you do have is you have the man that other women want to get with. Black men are nowhere close to being near white men as far as the financial side. Black men are at the bottom too.
Right, they are.
But sexual marketplace value number 2, right under
Correct.
white men.
Correct.
Why? Because in spite of the average black man's perceived educational value, income, this, that, he has not even talking about the bedroom. Black men raised in a matriarchy, more likely to listen to the input of his women versus non-black men, white men, Hispanic men, Asian men. They don't really listen to their women. So if you're at the bottom and you got the man who is sought after by other women still trying to work with you, why are black women continuing to give black men louder, bigger, and even worse? We're starting to get purple hair now. I mean, come on, man. All black, and I'll cut this really, Ashley. All black men want is a woman to work with. Can you work with me? Can you That's it. In a nutshell, all the rank and file black man wants is a woman to work with them? Can you cooperate with them? That's it. Why are you at the bottom? She said it. Inability to cooperate, aggressive, loud, all the things go along with that. And then I put in the weight part of it, and she agreed. So if you're at the bottom, you know you're at the bottom. Why are you continuing? Why are you getting louder, bigger, more difficult, standing on furniture, twerking, and then getting big purple hair and long raptor nails? You're going the wrong direction because you're comfortable in the war. You know what happens? The tip of the spear, put the Marines in or SEAL Team 6. That's what I think of when I see a lot of women who are just extreme like that. They're extreme warriors because that's all they can. All you can exist in is war. You can't exist in peace. Who you gonna see that in the neighborhood somewhere? Hey, Otasia, how you doing with your purple hair? And oh, I see your little baby. She got the new weave. You got little acrylics on your 9-month-old. Okay, that won't work in DeSoto or Oak Cliff, in Missouri City. It won't work. People like that. Yeah, the homeowners association say, y'all, we know you like your hair purple, but we can't have you painting your yard purple. I know. We can't have you putting candy paint. We can't have you putting candy paint on the yard. That's against the homeowners association. Yeah, homeowners association. HOA. Yeah. Ain't nobody calling you a hoe. What? No, it's homeowner association. This girl thought we was calling her a hoe. No, baby, it's homeowners association. See, you own a home, and the other people over here own homes. And all of us around here, we're part of an association that helps to make sure your home, my home, and all of our homes stay at a certain level to increase the property value so we can. You thought this was hoes? No, this isn't. No, oh Jesus. Well, it explains. Well, okay. We got a great lawn guy. I don't know what they can do about the candy paint. We're gonna have to just let 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 the let the we're gonna have to let the grass die off, and then they'll probably be able to work with you. But after that, just keep it, just keep it cut. And green. It just green is fine. Green, but not the. I'm sorry, I can't even get through that. Shit with me. And I'll ask you: do you want to be married?
Yes, I do.
Okay, I asked this question the other day of many black women. What is it going to take for you individually to happily submit to the authority of one black man?
Oh, I come from a mother who submits. I'm easily as soon as that black. You mean the characteristics?
Now I gotta say this, Ashley. If you're listening, I missed this part. She's like, I come from a mother who submits, baby girl. I would love to hear your answer because if you're gonna tell me it's easy for you to submit, woo! All right.
He needs to have.
Well, I'm just saying that's a question that black women need to answer for themselves. That because it's so. But yeah, you should call back in. It'd be a spirited debate. Why don't you?
Yeah, I'm gonna call
you
back
should have
in
said hello while I was out in LA. I was there last week.
Oh, really?
I did a remote from LA all last week. So, yeah.
But yeah, I'm gonna call in on another time where a topic that
come on,
that I have a different stance, but I think we are in agreement on this.
All right then. Peace out, man.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right. I thank her for calling in because she was at least honest about it. I don't think a lot of black women even realize that they're feminists. Remember, I did a broadcast about 3 or 4 months ago, Christian feminists. There were so many black women that did not realize they were both Christians and feminists. And I think it was because at the beginning I said black women, for the most part, get indoctrinated to feminism early on and don't realize how damaging it is to their relational prospects. I don't care if you were raised in a 2-parent household. I don't think there was any man, especially a traditional man or a man who's want to be 100%, who would think the woman I was talking to would be easy to deal with. Now, that's where the disconnect's going to come down because all it takes is one. The question I asked at the end, what is it going to take for you individually to happily submit to the authority of a black man? See, this takes all the dusty and these dudes out here ain't doing nothing. No, no, no. I'm getting right down to the piece. All right, the war is over. What's it going to take for you to be happily submit to the authority of a black man? Because now it's going to say, well, now I got to look to see what's possible. Because 51% of black men are single and childless. Blackdemographics.com, black statistics by black people for black people. Look it up. 64% are in the middle class. So we can dispel with this whole thing that there ain't no men out there. They're out there. What is it going to do for you to happily be able to get down and cooperate? See, if you want to if you don't want to submit, then don't ask for a high value man. You don't want to submit, high value men are not in your, they're not in your purview. You can be a side chick to one. You can deal with one, but be a long-term companion or a wife. Nope. High value men don't deal with modern women like that. Not something they're going to say openly because they don't want to run afoul of you, this cancel culture. But I would tell you, they'll deal with you. But no, that's why they end up dealing with the lawyer and marrying the girl who works at the bank. Okay? Where you fall, ladies. Modern women. Do you want to submit to men? If you don't want to submit to a man, then that automatically takes you out of that 100% category. Having a provider who's paying it puts you in a 50-50, 60-40, maybe 65-35 situation. But it doesn't even put you in a 70-30. Well, maybe a 70-30. But it doesn't get you any better than a 75-25. See, if a man is still paying 3 times as much as you're paying, he's going to want submission. See, the only men who will really accept not being the lack of submission are guys who need you financially. Those are only guys who would even think about doing it. But the problem is, for you ladies, is guys who are that way would rather not deal with you. Let me say this, black women, I'm open up the call line. The men who are the skilled tradesmen, the guys who are making 65, the guys who are making 55 to $75,000 a year, the black men right there. The guys who in generations gone past would have probably been stepfathers, some form of 50-50, whatever. These guys have heard, seen, and have witnessed too much from their grandfathers, their fathers, their uncles, everybody. These guys are just deciding to sit it out and saying, I'd rather have nothing than to deal with a 50-50 situation because I know all the things that come along with having a woman who's not willing to happily submit with you. I'm going to end up in a blue pill beta male situation. Guys are just saying they'd rather not do it. Or they're going to another culture who will do like Gabby City Bay and say, I'll marry for love instead of money because apparently that's okay. Right? That's what we said last week. And see, that's a lot of men in that 55 to 75 range. But when you start getting into that 80, when you start getting into that 75 to 85 range, you start getting into that top 15% of black male earners. Oh, they're going to want what they see the guys who are making 6 figures. They're going to want closer to that than the dude that's making 40,000. Ladies, you got to understand what your value is, what your price is, what you can actually get on the open market. If you're a vehicle, whatever you are, what's the Kelley Blue Book value of you on the market? All right? You need to understand that and then decide who you're going to sell to. That's how you negotiate the peace. It's about selling. Sitting down 1-to-1. I'm going to, all right, sold. Get them on out. Bid them in, bid them in. because this whole gender war, this chaos back and forth, yeah, that works. That keeps a lot of energy going on, and what it does is it keeps a lot of you ladies attention because you don't have anything else. That's why when you go to seminars, it'll be 900 women, and the only men there are the men on stage. What does that tell you? If you're going to a seminar and there are 900 women, and the only men there are the men that are on stage or presenting, you in the wrong Mickey Ficky seminar. If you're on channels and platforms to where you hear you're a queen, whatever, these guys are wrong. If all you see in the comment section is a bunch of women saying what you're saying, you don't see any men or any male avatars. It's all one big echo chamber. You may feel good, but you in the right place to die alone. Now, let's get the call lines open because I really want to hear from the ladies. What's it going to take? Because, like I say, a lot of you ladies in the 18 and 25, 27 to 35 area, you can make some changes. But the ladies here, right here, the ladies in no man's land, 36 to 60, it's time to start making you on clearance. Let me go ahead and put this in perspective. 36 to 60. You in the 50% off bin. Okay? You're not the first sale of the season, which is the danger zone. Okay? You know what you on? When Nordstrom Rack has an additional 25% off, that's where you at. When you are over 40, you're on clearance. 36 to 60. 36 to 40, you're 50% off. 40 to 45, you are 50 to 75% off. 45 plus, you're 75+% off. Over 50, you are Nordstrom Rack days. You already on clearance, and we can take an extra 25% off of the ticketed price. You better come on in. Talk about you want a provider meal and somebody who's making at least what I make. You on clearance.
Money work. El mundo quiere dinero. Money work. Se arregla con dinero.
I'm on clearance.
Money
yeah, you
work.
on clearance.
Si me quiero educar.
You ain't on clearance. Go, Tierra.
Un lugar para trabajar. Y si no hay para emigrar. Todo money, todo dinero. Solo un par de gente se lleva el botín entero. Funny, pasa verdadero. Tiene el logro de siempre llegará primero. Pero llegaremos antes o después. Solo a lo suyo, que Dios te lo ve. Que por más
Somebody said she was twerking.
Somos malos buenos y tenemos dinero. Ya lo veré. No vendo mi alma, lo lograré. Seré el más grande, no olvidaré de dónde vengo ni cómo fue. Money work. El mundo
rebuke it, Tierra.
I rebuke.
We rebuke the fatness.
Money work.
Ratchet.
Se arregla con dinero. Money work. Yo digo las cosas como son. No quiero ninguna aceptación. Tampoco vengo a pedir perdón porque mis sentimientos se volvieron la canción. Yeah. No me vale mucho como tú me ves. Sabes, tú me llegas solo a los pies. Para mí ser grande es un interés. Ser un buen humano para mí es un deber. El dinero ya lo veré. No vendo mi alma, lo lograré. Seré el más grande, no olvidaré de dónde vengo ni cómo fue. Money work. Yeah. El mundo quiere dinero. Yeah. arregla con dinero. Money work, corazón, de corazón. La plata no te hace ser feliz. Yeah, de corazón, de corazón. La plata no te hace ser feliz. Money work. El mundo quiere dinero. Yeah, 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 yeah. Money work.
I knew she was gonna call in. Hi, Ashley. You ready to talk? All right. So here are the rules. Here are the rules. Here are the rules. Here are the rules. You got to keep your microphone on. You can't overtalk the host. We don't do that. We don't overtalk the host. No matter how passionate you are. No matter how passionate you are, we don't overtalk the host. I need to get the 60-year-old sugar baby up here dancing. Coming to the stage. We got Rebukisha.
I rebuke.
She is coming back. Going to Miami. We're taking her on the road. Going to Miami this week. And I'm taking Rebukisha down to South Beach. I want to see if we can get... We're going to put her on stage to see how many Bitcoins we can get. Bitcoin, babe. Rebukisha. Go ahead, Cynthia. Hello? Cynthia, unmute yourself. Yeah. What's up? What's going on? What do you got for me? Really? Okay. Well, first off, are you married? Well, you know what they're gonna say. Have you ever been married? Then I gotta play devil's advocate. How old are you? All right. Then how can you say submission is easy to do if you're 42 and you've never been married? Okay. Well, yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I mean, I said it's fair. So, have you ever been close to being married? Have you ever lived with somebody? All right. There's a story here. So why didn't you guys get married? Okay. All right. And how long were you guys together? He didn't care about his health. All right. So what about dating now? Well, when I hear a woman say that submission is easy, I know a lot of black women are like, what you talking about? Because the thing is, most of them would expect if you're submitting, then you should be married. That's what most of them would think. I think it's pretty doesn't make sense. Well, I guess that's and see what you just said is gonna give those fair-minded women an out. See, you can submit and still not work out. Okay, but that's what people are gonna hear. Okay, right.
Whatever reasons, things didn't work out. Like I gave the one example, the guy didn't care about his health.
Mm-hmm.
And for me, health is very important.
Well, hold
Um,
on. Okay, hold
mhm.
on. She was,
Okay.
Cynthia was basically just going over the fact that she said submission is easy, and I was just asking her. You guys can hear what I was saying. But anyway, hold on, Cynthia. Amy, hello.
Hey,
How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
What do you have for me?
Well, you asked the question.
Yeah.
And so I think we have to stop looking to men to be the reason we submit and start looking to us because we have to stop thinking of it as a negative. Why is submission a negative?
I don't know.
It
I don't
shouldn't be.
know. Um, are you married?
I used to be. I'm divorced, but I'm in a
Okay.
committed relationship at this point. But
I don't know.
I'm on the clearance rack, so no.
Okay. I don't know why. I don't know why, especially in the black community. Well, I do. My opinion is we've been the color purpled.
Uh,
We grew up with this color purple narrative that when black women submit to black male authority, you get beat and run them up. And that Alice Walker mess was dangerous back then. It was divisive back then. Go search for everybody in the comment section. Go search, do a Google search of color purple and look at the time, the news articles, the magazine articles. There's stuff on microfiche. Papers are written about how dangerous black men felt this was going to be for the culture. And then there are other people saying, "Oh, it's just a film." We're still reaping this crap because a lot of black women never saw some of the stuff they talk about. But the color purple has been seen by most black people, and that's what tends to kind of hang out in our mind as what the problem is. So, um, anything else before we get to the next caller?
no, I just appreciate your content. I'm a white mother of a black daughter, and I'm trying to teach her how to, be a FBI in training. So I appreciate everything you had to say. You make me a better partner to, well, not a partner, assistant. Let me correct myself.
There you go.
So thank you, though,
All right.
for everything you do.
All right. Cool. All right, Tiara. Your sound's not correct. I heard what she said. I'll get to it in a second. Ashley. Wait a minute. You've called before. Hello.
Oh, hello.
How are
I thought
you?
I would. I'm good. I'm good. I'm actually a little under the weather.
Okay.
But
what do you got for me?
since I was the topic of discussion, I wanted to call in.
You were a lead in, but the discussion was about submission.
Yes. Yes, I understand that. So I wanted to clear a couple things up. I think in impassioned, I came across a bit aggressive, and that is not my
Well,
intention.
first off, I
think
didn't ask you yesterday, but
what?
how old are you?
I'm 32.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I think I was trying to get a lot in the conversation in, a short amount of time that I thought I had. But I was a little amused by the comment saying I'm a feminist. I don't think I am a feminist. I don't think we're equal. If I'm calling for help, I would
Well,
not want to
let me say this then. Ashley, most black women don't identify as being outwardly feminist.
Oh, okay.
But if it walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, has feathers, because I
yeah.
just listen, Ma.
Yeah,
The
honestly.
things you're saying were right out of the feminist handbook.
Well, you know what? I was listening to our conversation over and again today. And what I am battling is the fact that when I see my sisters, Black women, look miserable, like they haven't progressed. Every time I encounter them, they're angry, they're bitter, they want a Birkin bag but have a Walmart
Why is that your
mentality.
cross to bear?
You know what? I'm trying to. Once you were talking about it, I was like, why do I feel like I have that?
I said it earlier. Maybe you didn't hear it.
I didn't hear
It's success. It's survivor guilt. You grew up in a 2-parent household.
Yes.
You had a mother and father. Where'd you go to college?
University of Akron.
Right. And you're 32. And how tall are you?
I'm 5'10".
Dress size.
6.
Right. And you're a dancer.
A dancer?
Do you dance?
No, I don't dance at all. I've never
Okay.
danced in my life.
Well, are you in shape?
And I'm in shape. Yes, I
All
run
right.
nightly.
All right. So most people would, you look at most black women, they don't have your experience.
You're
You
right.
quote unquote made it. And what we
You're right.
tell people in the black community is to feel guilty because they made it. And I say, you
Yeah.
listen,
Yeah.
your mother and father didn't do what they did to put you in a position for you to take on burdens that you didn't live.
I never thought of it that way.
Of course not, because we happily heap survivor's guilt on successful people. That's why one of the first things that happen when a black man make it, somebody, oh man, hook me up. We the only race that does that. To the extent
And I
we
think that,
do.
and would you agree with me that in our progression as Black people to get better, that we do have to help others, or do we just
Well,
leave
how
all
about
of
this?
them?
When was your last relationship?
4 years ago.
How long did it last?
About 5 to 6, but there was multiple breakups.
5 to 6 what?
Years.
Why didn't you guys get married?
So he was older, much older.
Okay, that means he's alive. That's not an excuse.
That is an excuse, but I was going to say with that, he was an alcoholic. And I, with no experience, didn't really understand it to that degree.
Okay, but see, when you say he was older, him being older had nothing to do with alcoholism.
I don't think I would have. I don't think I would have stayed as long as I did if he was my age.
Did your parents meet him?
Yeah, they hated him.
All right, then.
But then they hated them at the beginning, but then they enjoyed him.
All right.
After we've been together for so many years.
My ultimate point is this.
Tell me.
You have a very strong personality.
Yeah.
Which is kind of out of the feminist handbook. So you wouldn't do well with a guy like myself because I'm not going to allow you to question me like you like to question. I'm not going to answer all these questions all day long. I got shit to do. I don't have time to keep explaining myself to you, and I don't need your. And what I need to get done does not need your 100% buy-in. That would listen.
Yeah.
See, I can't even get. See, you want to talk back and forth with me, and that's fine. And that really does. You really do operate more like a woman who's a womanist or feminist, like we're equals.
But I just want to, when I try to interject, is only because I'm not clear on what you're saying, because I think you're equating our conversation here to a conversation I would have with a spouse.
Yeah, I am, because you are who you are. See, that's one of the big mistakes, one of the biggest misnomers with Black women, thinking you can turn shit on and off. You are who you are. If you watch my show, you will hear Black women all the time say, "Well, I'll submit to the right person." No, you're not. If you're uncooperative, you're uncooperative. You are who you are.
Okay, but and
that's
you're
all
having...
of us. That's all of us.
Yeah, I agree with you. You are who you are all the time. But I think when I think about this platform you have, I thought it was to get perspectives of women, not to just have women say yes. Everything you say is true.
To get perspectives of women. But here's the thing: do you talk to more women, or do I talk to more women?
I think I talk to more women.
Oh, really? What do you do for a living? What do you do for a living?
Oh, I run an online business.
Okay, what do you do? What do you talk to these women?
But I thought, well, I mean in everyday life.
Yeah, but see,
like
I'm a 51-year-old man. Hold on. Yeah,
sorry, go ahead.
I want to hear how you feel like you talk to more women than I do.
Oh, I think because of my whole life, all my friends, close
You're
friends
32,
were women.
I'm 51.
It's true. That's
I got
very
20
true.
years on you. See, that's what I'm saying. And the arrogance of that comment. You sitting here listening to a Black man who has a show on YouTube that has 5,000 people talking every night. And for the last 6 months, I've been talking to women for years. You can just go take a glance. I talk to more women. I talk to more women and I work with more women. Women pay me for my advice. And I'm 20 years older than you. And I've been doing this since 1989.
Okay. Throughout life, I thought you meant currently right now in the state that we're
Even
in
right
right
now,
now.
I talk to more women than you. I got 4 women on the platform and 3 trying to get in.
Okay.
That's not hard, Ashley.
No, I believe you. If you say that is true, I believe that
But
is
you're
true. I just
sitting
thought
right here looking at it, and I'm like, okay, all right.
all your comments, the comments you have in your
Here's the
chat
here's
are
the
all
here's the
men.
here, let me answer the first thing I was trying to get to, because
Yeah.
ultimately, talking about you look at your sisters and this and that and so downtrodden. Are you happy?
Yeah, I am
Are you
happy.
full? Okay. Um, are you romantically happy?
Well, I think you would have to be with someone
Excuse me?
to be romantic. I'm not with anyone
Right. And you haven't been with anybody for how long?
for 3 to 4 years.
Yeah, that's a problem.
Okay, so I've dated in those years. I haven't been committed to someone in those years.
But dating does not equate to a relationship. And see,
Yeah,
that's
very
another
true.
thing we do very well in Black community. We can start very well. We do 3 to 6 month shit very well. We don't do long term well. And ultimately, my point is, if you really want to help the Black women that you say who look so unhappy, you help them by becoming a happy one. It's like people who say they want the Black community to survive. Well, how way you make the Black community survive is you go marry a Black man and make some Black babies.
Yeah, all
And that's
about
how
it.
you
I'm
help
on
us
it.
all. And that's how
I'm
you
on it.
help. That's how you help the Black women. Ultimately, you want to help them, give them something to aspire to, especially when women look at you and say, well, why can't she get it done? If she came from a
Yeah,
two-parent household and she's attractive and this, if she can't get it done, why can't I? If she's saying some of the same things, well, what are my shots?
I just feel that all my friends who are beautiful Black women who have their own businesses in a variety of states, all of them, I don't see myself in them. All of them don't come from a 2-parent home, don't come from the
What is
class that I
two-parent?
was in.
What does that mean though?
That both my parents were married and are still married.
I
Both my
get it, but
maternal and paternal. Oh, go ahead.
I get it, but you have friends who own businesses in a variety of states, so you're in a different category, but you don't see yourself in them. Meaning what?
Meaning, not I don't see myself in them. They're my friends, so I do to a degree. But I see a pain there that isn't reflective to any pain that I carry about Black men.
Okay, but that's fine. But what is your 2-parent household? What benefit is it yielding you? Where's your husband and kids?
That's true. Where my husband and kids, I was just like what you said on your shows that I watched previously. I was in the notion that when I clock in and say I want a man, that's when I go get one.
But
And
that's
yes,
my
I can go
point,
get a
man.
man.
See,
you're right.
That's
so you're
my
right.
point.
I agree
So
with
you are, but see, what I need you to hear is you are them. See, you didn't identify as a feminist, and you come across and you have all the feminist talking points. You just don't have the membership card. And there's no
That's a
way,
good way to put it.
And there's really no way it would make a lot of sense to say, I got a bunch of friends who are PhDs.
I'm a PhD.
Yeah.
Entrepreneurs, dog owners, and everything else, single as French toast, and you're not one of them. You are just like them. As far as see, here's the thing. My business is about outcomes, not about process. You like to talk a lot about process. I get to the outcome, and your outcome is the same. You had a last relationship was 4 years ago. You can date and deal with man, but you're no closer to being someone's wife today as you were 4 years ago. You said you had a 5-year relationship with a man who was older and all those other kind of things. And your mother and father did not like him. Well, apparently your 2-parent household didn't help you. You didn't listen to him. So what's the point?
True.
This is why I always say therapy, because Black women are your own counsel. You sit around and talk to each other, assuming that you can fix one another when you're all broken.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you on that.
So,
but I also think that in my mind, I didn't want to be just a housewife, and I saw both of my grandparents that way. My mother.
Why? What do you mean just?
I just didn't want it. I felt like, well, not. I don't mean it like that. I think they do a lot, and you're right. I didn't mean it that way. I just wanted something else to bring to the table. I just wanted something else to have another conversation about something else.
But what? But hold on. Listen.
Yeah, I'm here.
What? Okay, that's what you wanted. What do men want?
You're right. Men men didn't. I just came to that realization watching that men could care less what you have to say.
No, that's
I didn't
why
think that.
well, and that's
So
why
that's why in my 20s I thought I wanted to build something. So when I got to the table, I could say, "Well, look, this is what I have. Look what I have offering."
and we
And
don't
I have
care.
I. But that's the thing. I'm moving, operating off a thing that maybe that is what they
But the
care
thing
about.
is, and I need you to understand, you don't have time to be worrying about the sisters who have so much pain because your shit ain't together.
Okay, touche.
That's
Yes.
why I was telling you, you're a feminist. You're
Yeah.
take. I
But stop saying that.
listen. Don't tell me what to not say. Who the hell you
I think
think
you're
you're
giving
talking
me.
to?
I think you're giving me a title. I don't.
I give you a title that fits.
Yeah. Okay.
It's not an insult, ma'am. A feminist. You okay? Go look up what a feminist. You advocate for women, women's
Equal
position,
rights
and it's
between
women's first.
sexes. Yes.
That's a freaking feminist. And you know one
Yeah.
thing? The black women, like I said at the beginning, are susceptible to feminism early on. 14 to 21. That's when they get you. And here's the problem: when most girls are learning how to court and strategically mate, you're learning how to not to be independent from your man, not interdependent. So this is when you get off to college, and when Becky, Marisol, and Mylene are going their freshman and sophomore year, slutting it up,
Mm.
sport fucking their
Mm.
way through college. In their junior
Mm.
year, they square up and get a fiance. And you ladies are breaking up from your boyfriends because you're gonna go move somewhere and have this fucking job that you call a career. You're not a VP of marketing. Most 80+% of women have jobs. And you have
True.
jobs all the way through until about 29, and you turn around and look, and you're unfit to be with anyone else. That's a feminist. That and black women have been duped by feminism because white women, the feminists, don't even move like you guys.
Mm. Mm.
And you get to the point to where you're saying, well, look, I have all these things. And the thing is, yeah, where's the cooperation with the man? Show me, can you cook? Are you a
I can
great
cook.
cook? Huh?
I'm a vegetarian,
Then
but
you
I
can't.
think I am a great cook.
Then you can't cook.
Oh, jeez.
I mean, I'm a man. I mean, if you're a vegetarian,
Yes.
then it means your family's gonna have to be a vegetarian. I want meat.
No, they don't. I haven't cooked any meat in about 8 years,
All right.
but
So effectively, if you're automatically saying that if I'm going to cook for a man, I automatically don't know how to cook some of the things that most men in this country would eat.
I think I know I can master cooking a steak again quite quickly.
Uh huh.
Yeah.
Yeah. But see, we willing to do that when? After you're
I w-
married?
no, I'm willing to do that now.
Well, the thing,
I,
my point is, non-black women are taught to value their men, to prepare for their men before they get them. That's why they get them. Black women are taught to deal with a man. At best,
yeah,
you know how
but
to have sex with us. You don't know how
yeah.
to interact with us, deal with us. That's why even having conversations like this
Hmm.
um, can be tense and contentious. I don't have arguments like this with non-black people, non-black women.
But are you on a platform like this asking for perspectives of women? I think you would.
Well, again, you're wrong. I've lived my life. You haven't.
Hmm.
See, shame, insults, guilt, the need to be right. Sign. Core parts of a black female pathology. And you have a real need to be right to where you'll even make
True.
assumptions about, I know. And
True.
how can I? And that's why I say, you think you talk to more women. I know women better than you because I'm telling you about you and I don't know you. But why am I reading you? Because I know you, because I know black women. People don't just tune into my show because I have a suit and lights.
No, I've
There,
learned a lot
there
from
is
listening to
something
the.
missing because let's be honest. When you look in
Hmm.
the mirror,
Hmm.
you never thought you'd be single as French toast at this age with no viable prospects for a valuable man.
Absolutely.
But
Absolutely.
you thought you would, or you didn't think you would be.
No, you're right. I never would have thought at 32 I
Exactly.
wouldn't be
And if
married.
women look at you and say, well, if it's going that way for her, what about me when I'm not this way? Well, it's because of what you said, why so many black women are by themselves. Your attitude, inability to cooperate, aggression, masculinity, and weight. You don't have the weight, but you have many of the other ones.
Okay, I hear you.
And
I
all
hear
I'm
you.
saying is, what I'm saying that no one's coming to save black women. You have to get therapy and realize this. One, the black community was lied to. Black women would Black women bought third wave feminism, and like it or not, the history is settled. In the 60s, black women decided to side with the government and benefits, and the black separation has been going ever since. Black men and black women are almost two different groups right now. Give you an
Yes,
example. Black
I
women
agree.
vote 98, 99% for the Democratic Party.
Mm-hmm.
Black men are far more voting their interests. So at the end of the day, what is it going to, because you said it, I asked the question, what was it
Well,
going to take for you to happily submit to a black man's authority? And you said, oh, that's easy. I was raised in a two-parent household. Da, 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 da. Well,
no, I was by a submissive woman.
right, but that doesn't make you one.
Yeah. Okay. I
I
think
mean,
I
would you
am my
classify?
mother.
Okay.
Yes, I do. I would.
All right. So if I were to ask your ex, the guy
Yeah.
you were with for 5 years, if you were submissive.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Then at 32, why have you not had a longer relationship? Have you just been off the
Well,
market?
why transition to LA,
Mm-hmm.
and uh, it was quite different than I expected.
I don't know.
So
What does that mean?
I'm coming from Ohio,
All
so I
right.
was a little naive to what to expect in California.
I don't know what that means, and neither does anybody else. Could you translate?
Yeah, I think it's a lot more, completely more fast paced than Ohio. I
Right.
think I was doing very well in Ohio, and
Uh-huh.
doing very well in Ohio means nothing in California.
Right. But
And then
right,
I
right. But you got but
found
no
that out quite quickly.
no.
Yeah.
So you don't have guys approaching you trying to date you?
Oh, no, that's not the case. Yes, I dated as soon as I landed,
Right.
but my focus is on building a life here, and
What does that
up
mean?
until this,
What does that mean?
getting finances together, getting my place together, getting situated. I moved here with no one,
You
so
mean being independent?
being completely independent, completely away from every family.
Right, right. So again,
Yes.
black women have more your experience. This is not what women are supposed to do. Women are the
Yeah.
social of the group. I mean, no disrespect, ma'am, but
Yeah.
what big picture, what do you do for a living? What's your career path?
What?
Vertical. Yeah.
Oh, where I'm going? I'm
No,
trying to
this was
build.
what's your job title?
Oh, I own a couple of online businesses.
Okay. So in what particular industries?
One is in fashion,
Mm-hmm.
and one is in development. I can't really speak on that
All
because
right.
that's on the
I'm
brink
not,
of
I'm not
coming
trying
in.
to really, but what I'm trying to understand is many women don't
Yeah.
have careers; they have jobs, even if they, and that's the point. Um,
I get what you're going with that. Why
yeah,
give
it's
all
like
this to a
you're
job
putting all
if
this
you're right?
time into nothing.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I watched
Yeah.
my ex mother-in-law die from being a workaholic. And
Yeah.
see, what I said earlier, Ashley, is black women like yourself are happier, more content doing that because in places that they don't want to talk about, they know they're not good in long-term relationship.
I just don't feel like that's my story. I'm very
All
happy
right.
to.
All
I'm
right. What's the
very happy
longest
to submit.
relationship you've had since you've been in LA? 4 years.
So dating,
Yeah.
I
What?
haven't had a relationship. I've just dated
Okay.
the longest person I dated, I would have to think about that
Uh-huh.
because honestly, the type of guys that
But you
are in
said you had a
LA.
relationship you were off and on for 5 years, and that could mean anything. Were you guys in the same city?
Oh, we were. Yes, this is when I was back in Ohio.
Okay. And when did it? What year did it end?
Oh, it's 2020. I ended in 28. So 2015, 2016.
Okay. And you guys were off and on.
Correct.
So how long were you guys really together?
That's a tough one because we were all off and on, meaning I moved away for 8 months out of state,
See,
came
that's
back.
why I asked were you guys in the same place. See, I know what I'm
No,
doing.
we were, but I
But
moved out of state for work.
but you moved out of state that put distance. That's my
Right. That
point.
was an off.
So listen,
Mm-hmm.
what was the relationship you had before this one?
Before the one we're currently
Yeah.
talking about
Uh-huh.
with another guy
Um,
in Ohio.
How long ago? How long did it last?
That one was like a year and a half.
Uh-huh. And what about before that one?
And before that one, nothing. I had one, but it was probably under a year.
Right. So under a year and a half, that's 2.5 years. And even if I give you half the time, which is a push for this 5-year relationship, ma'am, you've had about 4 years worth of relationships in 32 years. That's just a little bit over 10% of your life. You don't have a track record of cooperating with a man.
Mm-hmm.
But see, to you talk as if I was raised by mom and she's submissive and this and that, and I could just turn this switch. And I'm telling you, no,
No,
man,
you're right.
But I know I'm right. That's why.
But
but listen.
I just want to say this though. When you keep saying that, yes, you are completely right. But I didn't have that thought process at 20 when I should have been in college looking for a man. I wasn't thinking about that.
But you're
At
not
25, I
20.
still.
But
You're
at
right, but I'm just
28.
saying I just realized that when you said it, that at
Right, and that's the
32.
sad part. That's the sad
Yes,
part
you're right.
because so
You're
many
right.
black women don't realize until they're in the danger zone when it's almost over that you have the relationship skills of a 19-year-old. Most black women in your age range have the relationship skills of someone between the age of 18 and 22. They still date like that. They still move like that. Still have the same expectations. And the thing is, the only way to get caught up is to get some therapy to understand why the court, because black women in particular, you run from relationship with suitable black men. It's either you deal with guys that are fraught with problems that you really never have to commit to, and then you mess around and end up trying to make it work with them, or you stick your head into these careers where everybody else is realizing that not being independent, interdependent. And like you said, coming from a 2-parent household, watching people be interdependent, you seem to have gone against your core programming to end up single.
Yeah. Well, that definitely could be the case. But when I went through this, I really thought that I could, when I'm ready to have a husband, I can get one. And I'll
That's
go out there
feminist
and do
for
it.
you. That's
Yes,
the
I'm
feminist
just realizing.
mindset for you. That's the feminist mindset. I get it. I know that's the feminist mindset. It's not that easy.
You're
All
right.
right.
Now in LA, in a market that you said is very competitive, it isn't that
Even
easy.
in LA, it doesn't matter. LA or it could be in Des Moines. It doesn't work that way. That's why women that's why so many women in your age range, they can't understand why they're single. They're single because they're not fit for a relationship. And it's hard to hear. So the pain you see with women, black women, is not black men's fault. It's their responsibility.
You're right, and I don't think it is their fault. And I want to clarify that I do think that every black woman should be accountable, but it doesn't make sense for me, or it doesn't make